Indeed it is. Good morning, folks. On this Sunday. Oh no. Yeah, it sounds a little weird because of the capture card. Alright, so we'll just wait a few minutes for the opening. But I'll give you all the news in just a little bit here after we do today's Wordle, which is what we will start with. This is a got the M, but gnome was today's word. Thanks for playing. Well, you're welcome. Here he is. He reminded me twice while I was asleep. It was like just after, like a quarter after 9. I was still in bed. Of course, I didn't see it, but I saw it like right after I woke up and stuff like that. All right, now let's. I took care of the flood warnings separately already, so. So yeah, I'm beginning to edit the tests and stuff from last night. And I'll get back to that in just a bit because I've already gone through the majority of it. So, I'm sure you all would like to know what happened last night after we left you. Well, to put a long story short, I played around with this song here. And actually, let me switch my status because I keep forgetting to do so. I don't need streamer mode. So, yeah, nothing too much happened last night in terms of the automated stuff. But, well, I did get all the automated stuff until about 2:30 when I went to bed last night. And then, let's see. But yeah, last night it's just what I usually do. Play around with a bunch of audio clips and stuff like that. And so I couldn't take it anymore. Yep, that was basically the story. And of course, the biggest story last night was this cheap microphone stereo adapter had finally bit the dust after all these years. The casing had already came apart. The USB the USB side had pretty much broken off, and when I was trying to repair it, I broke one of the connectors to the USB. One of the connectors to the USB, which renders this thing completely useless because now I'm not seeing any more. Because now I'm not seeing any more lights. So Because now I'm not. Because now this thing no longer turns on at all. But hey, I mean, it did have a good run. But I mean, how long it lasted was actually quite impressive. It actually lasted me a good. Yeah, it actually lasted me a good several. Let's see, when did I get this? 2008. Did I get it? Let's see, when did I get this? 2018. So yeah, it served me well for a good. So yeah, it served me well for. It served me for a good 7 years. So that's a pretty impressive lifespan for this thing. But you know what the good news is? We did get a new adapter ordered. Although I would have wanted to pay the extra $3 to have it shipped today, we actually do not need any sort of activity with these adapters as of this moment, because we don't usually do it till our Friday show. So so we can wait. So I can wait a little bit. So I can wait a little bit for the new adapter to show up. So is it back already? Oh, it's starting. Oh, they're in Des Moines this week. In other times. Huh. Well, it is in the winter, but yeah, that's what it is right now. It's really, you know, in the summer, I'd rather go for a swim instead of just watching one of those. Here, I'll just throw that in the adapter because it doesn't work anymore. So yeah, we got the new adapter ordered. So it should be here in time for our Friday show later this week. So yeah, it should be here in time for our Friday show again later this week. What's in here? When did WCOA go? Didn't they already go today? Yeah, they went. Yeah, they went Friday. So yeah, they went on Friday. So yeah, gonna catch up on these few before we proceed on. For the TSA security check. Yeah, that was a problem that had been bugging me for about a year or so, until we got the pre-check. So that would not be good. That would not be good to see. That would not be good at all. That it. Yeah, the reason they enforced that policy was because some dumbass sneaked some sort of device in his shoes. So that's why they enforced that policy many years ago. Well, at least if everybody has socks on too, so the only thing everybody would be seeing would be socks. Well, and I realized I didn't go back on Amtrak Builder number 7. That's prohibited completely. Same man who mocked the Kennedy campaign ad in the Super Bowl. Whatever that means. I'd love a Kit Kat bar right now. That's why I left the broadcast by feed. And we don't have to wait long for it to. Maybe Topex.
I don't know if it saves what I read stuff.
It's just the same thing. What the heck?
Let's talk about Linux.
Oh my god.
Gosh.
Oh.
Ah, this is great. This Kenny Topech. Of course, they will. It's going to be very fast. But I will tell you what a fast fashion that today. I believe Drew said he would be at. He's going to be at today's White Sox game, which will start later this afternoon. Let's see. Yep, Sunday, July 13th. He's going to be at this game, so. Just from looking back at the message history, he is going to be at this game today, so. I don't know if he'll be seen on TV, or if I end up watching it on TV, then, well, maybe. But anyway. And I've been thinking about games, to fill in, the whole time, when we're doing the White Sox and whatnot. And I was thinking, you know what? Yeah, we have a lot of mobile games we haven't played in like a long time. So you know what? We're gonna play a whole bunch of mobile games for today's show. So that's what we're gonna do. And while we have the chance, let me go ahead and set this up with the stuff for today. Made in cookware. And I was looking at Poland Park yesterday too. So we can actually walk around the park. So it looks like he's. So it sounds like he's waiting to get into the ballpark. As the gates don't open for another 15 minutes. Because the gates don't open for another 15 minutes. So we'll hear his react. So we'll hear his experience at the game, and provided if his battery lasts long enough. The Longleaf Hotel and Lounge.
Reading pastry now. Keith and Marshall doesn't look like anything different.
At least we're in time for the Flash morning, though. Alright. So we're going to take this time right now and get the Tuesday risk ready.
She shoots it from the parking.
Alright, that's ready to go. Let's reset or lock what I need. We'll go over to the small form factor PC. Which I did a bit more investigation into yesterday. It's Elmhurst French Market. See more events near me. I would love to. And the narrator somehow turned itself on. Because I thought I turned it off after last night. So it's not playing the same song in loop. At least that's what I hope.
New notification from suggested will optimize your browser. New notification solve the mystery. PLC media player window. Adapt to current vehicles.
Good thing I got the flash flood warning when I did. Alright, so this came before I end.
The Flutter Realm song. VLC Media Player window.
Alright. So now let's talk the form factor. So last night I found out that I can actually put a wireless card into it. So here's my new plan for this micro. I'm still set to take the RAM out of one of the two. So I still plan to take one stick of RAM out of one of them. That is, if there's only one. Take one stick of RAM out of one of them, put it in the other. And also from that other micro, I also plan to salvage the hard drive and wireless card. So that I can install the wireless card into the small form factor PC because it did not come with a wireless card there was no wireless card included when the school bought that PC brand new. So it was kind of a pain, but good thing I won't have to suffer. So good thing I won't have to suffer like this much longer, or rather, this PC won't have to suffer much longer because eventually it's gonna get the wireless card the wireless support that I definitely want, and I know a lot of other PCs I have this capability already. So yeah, that's the plan for it. But I'll do the same thing with the micro, just like I did with the small form factor. Bring it home, make sure power's on. Then Thursday night into Friday, test it out. Make sure that everything I want it work. You know what I want to do with it. Make sure it all correctly works. And then if it works, then I'll go through the process of wiping the remaining data and begin the process of putting a proper copy of Windows 11 into it. Well, what I'm going to do is install the Dell software, and if it installs 10 again instead of 11, I'll just run through the recovery, then install the drivers, and update the drivers. I mean, rather update the driver, and then upgrade it to the driver via USB flash drive because I find that process to go much quicker than on a because I find that process to go much quicker than just downloading everything off the network. So I'll just create it on my main PC. So I'll just create the USB on my main PC with the media creation tool, and then connect it up to the micro to install it. And then I'll go about installing everything else, any remaining programs, any remaining features, and then update it further. And that will be it. But then, of course, I got to get the. That's another thing I got to work on. Yep, the gates are open. Ah, yes. Looking forward to hearing that. Lucy and Stitch.
Left arrow, 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 up arrow.
And you wanna know what's crazy? Johnny Thunder got rickrolled this morning after having to evacuate a water park during his vacation in the Bahamas. Oh my goodness. They didn't get unfortunately, but thanks for the reminder though. Left arrow, 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 left arrow. Opening parentheses, closing parentheses. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Period, 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 period. Left arrow, left arrow, left arrow, left arrow. Left arrow. What fun. I just love this. I just love this theme. Actually, I got a better idea. This theme. I really like the song choice they made. Anyway, let's see where Zephyr number 6 is. I don't think we should too far. Let's check Mount Pleasant, Iowa, and see where it's at. And minutes late. Not bobblehead for the first fans through the door. Yeah, for the first. I think there was like a bobblehead being offered for the first several thousand fans through the door. Let's see what the. Well, let's see what the. Let's look at the regular season schedule and see. Oh, I can change the date here directly. Okay, that's a quicker process. Oh yeah, here we go. The Buhuri, Garland, Garcia, and Contreras bobblehead for the first 10,000 fans through the door. And it's also Family Sunday, too. So, of course, this is where they'll give out, I don't know, let's see, a package of hot dog, popcorn, and Um, I don't. Hot dogs and popcorn being offered for the same convenience, huh? All right. So trying to see where the heck Amtrak number. Ah, here we go. Okay. Now, did four show up in the playground already? It did. When did it come through?
Supermarkets. BLC media player window.
Let me just keep on rewinding until we find it. 1056, then. Oh, here we go. It showed up on track 2. Interestingly. Interestingly, it showed up on track number 2. So interestingly, it showed up on track 2, which is not the track Amtrak would normally show up. But nothing else at the end. Alright. Alright. 4 and 6 are done. Alright. What about Amtrak number 8? No, not Devil's Lake, Minnesota. 644 showed up in Detroit Lakes. So I believe there was some daylight there, so yeah, there is daylight. So why don't we go there and come by? All right. So that takes care of builder number 8 as well. So now we just wait for the other ones. The Borealises, the other builder, the other Jeffer, and the other chief, which will not be till later this evening. Aaron Freeze, Dog Pounder, and a Chuck E. Cheese.
Function animals. BLC media player window.
An A2 with an RTX GPU. What is this?
Spacehead 3, Harry and Emmy head 2. Okay. That means Hardy and Emmy are tied for second, and I'm going to arbitrarily choose Emmy to go first. So here we go. The clock will start when I begin your first question, fill in the blank. On Thursday, emergency workers said there were still looking for over 160 missing people following the flooding in Iceland. Second flood, according to new data from the U.S. flood cases, and hit a 33-year high. People, right. This week, Russia launched its largest aerial assault on land. Right. Right, it's complete from ICE detention. Federal files a $20 million lawsuit against Florida. And government, yeah, the Trump administration, for the second time, is the response to the routine traffic stop found a bag full of drugs labeled to blame. Cheese curd. No, blame it. It's a bag full of drugs with labeled for
DLC media.
Contract ending in 11 months long time. Right. On Wednesday, a billion-year-old plant was discovered in Denver, Louisiana, the nature of
A dinosaur fossil? Ah, there's Amtrak 4. I was just watching that in the Play-Doh. Waiting for it to show up in Fort Madison now. ELC media player window. It's like a New Year's show.
President Trump represented the Philippine flag, and they did not end their prosecution of higher than some right. The Labor Department raised the black American has rose to high level of 3 years. White state with visitor experience more pleasant, less
Show me every Hampton in the whole country. I don't care about North Carolina. Just show me every Hampton you can. There you go. Downtown Nashville.
It's sentencing hearing selling. The response on bills and fees for another defendant will then go to wait for sentencing. Can't do it. Not going to plead guilty to those charges because what are you going to do? Sentence me with
Here's series of DLC media player window. DLC media player window.
Several families in North Carolina complained when they learned the classic car show would be held in land. Gymnasium. Local cemetery on Thursday. Dr. Company Ferrero bought breakfast cereal giant plan for $3.1 billion. Yes, on Wednesday, Netflix announced 10 weekly paper for your blank with right. This week, researchers discovered a new trend among chimpanzees in Zambia. They're all starting to blank. People with the breath in their ears. They do. If their ears also between their butt cheeks.
Jeez Louise. This is I'm just looking at Hampton and Nashville, seeing what other kinds of hotels you can find. Oh, did it seriously just crash?
Up all night. I'll see if you're playing with them.
One morning port until Milton County in Central Virginia until 4 p.m. At 12:53 p.m., Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the Warren area. Between 1 and 3 inches of rain has fallen. The expected rainfall rate is 1 to 2 inches in 30 minutes. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 2 inches are possible in the Warren area.
Flash flood warning from Alberta. BLC media player.
Which are potentially dangerous and heavy rain. Do not attempt to cross on the road. Well,
Max the cockatoo from like last year.
BLC media player when you play Flash flood. Shadow. BLC media player with
And smile. It opens the can. Then smile and the camera opens.
A test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
Oh my gosh. Alright, there we go. So that's it for wait till tell me. We'll get started with the games a little later here.
The test of the emergency alert system for the GWESDAS relay network.
Relay network. It's typing where's the location on the taskbar. Oh my gosh. Activation setting. It just goes into the. It just goes into the taskbar and types where's my location in the search box. Oh no. Oh, it doesn't get any funnier than that. Oh, jeez Louise. Alright, so there we go. We're all caught up now. And we have just crossed the 12 noon mark, so it's time for me to go on my lunch break here. There's a lot of Nebraska County. Nah, but anyway. Go ahead and take my lunch break now. When we come back, we'll get started with the games, as well as the White Sox. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're waiting for the Sox game to start. I'm sure Drew will unmute when it comes time. But we have a little more catch up to play here. Let's take a moment and do that now before we get on with whatever else we're going to do today. Alright. All caught up now? Oh, actually, I forgot one more. Oh, yeah, this one was a real video to watch. Now we're set. I can't get enough of this thing. They published this on Friday. Yeah, they released this thing on Friday when we were watching over the enhanced risk. I know Brandon's into this kind of stuff, so I'm sure he gave this thing a watch right when it released. Chief of Firecrackers in the After a year of absence, the dynamic destruction duel has returned. Welcome back. He's all about wrongness. He just admitted it. He just admitted how wrong he is on everything. Not everything. Not everything. Only the things he chooses to be wrong about, says our producer. Okay. Anyway. Anyway. That's one Comcast. Here's another. And then this be like the final blow while the Barney theme song's playing. Playing a Barney theme song with a firecracker instead of that. These are actually these are yeah, the music stopped. Yeah, whatever music it was playing, it stopped.
Let's see. Counties, Flicker and Sutton. When? Until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Impacts: flooding of rivers, creeks, streams, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations is imminent or occurring. Additional details: at 12:16 p.m. Central Daylight Time, Doppler radar and automated rain gauges indicated between 3 and 7 inches have fallen. Flooding is already occurring in the warned area. Flooding impacts will continue, but no additional rainfall.
And this is like the final blow. They just use a blowtorch and the two just run away. And cover their ears too. Okay. Where do they obtain these kinds of things? From eBay or something? Or something? This is from their security camera. Oh, it even has it's even showing the date as when it was recorded. It's even showing the date, the timestamp on the security camera as to when the thing was recorded. It shows June 28th at 12:49 p.m. It finally stopped. Oh wait, that's the wrong PC.
That's simple. That's simple.
And then in slow motion, see the true extent of the destruction. About this. Here's the last one they did, a dehumidifier.
It's very humid out today, so I'm looking at it. There it goes.
White Westinghouse.
And there we go. Got a little light there. Tell us the bin's full. I have a wired back because I don't have the bin. My repair bin. I don't even notice the fan has been working. That's a long. Yeah. Wait, does the one need a? See.
They're just breaking it with a bunch of hammers. So wow, it was since last spring that they made one. That it wasn't until just a few days ago that they finally did. Evaporator. They're destroying a humidifier. Okay. Anything else? Doesn't look like so. So we're up to date for the time being. I mean, yeah, all the stuff these guys destroy is nuts. Just nuts to even see. A Toshiba CRT TV DVD player combo.
See them go along that along. Being all /TV. BLC Media Player Window.
After 3 years, Windows Aqua is finally complete. Alternate style and shell.
Entirely what they aim to do, and they do a very good job at that. Here's the startup animation, as you can see it, and this is the logon background. I'm just going to install the after this is the I'm just going to show you is like the new startup animation media center. Another change that I've made is the system control panel system page, which is the right thing. Another thing I've changed here, look, is the Wingville. So Wingville says Windows Aqua.
Instead of Windows Vista. Oh, cool. A series of videos. So it seems like the Nostalgia Mall is gonna do a completely different format of our soon to be deceased Nostalgia Paradise series. Which, as you all know, the series finale is mostly now in production. Yeah, it actually mostly now. Yeah, it mostly now is in production.
The wind was more than 6 miles
And we
an
don't
hour.
have to wait long for it to replay. So.
The temperature was 96 degrees. The wind was at 7 miles an hour.
8 laptops turning on.
On a frequency of 162.40 megahertz. This broadcast originates from your National Weather Service office in Tallahassee, Florida. The latest weather and forecast information can also be accessed by calling our automated forecast line at 850-942-8851. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Jackson County in Florida, northeastern Calhoun County in Florida, and
Jeff
PM
Stones,
Central Daylight
VLC Media Player
and
Window.
PM Central Daylight Time. A severe thunderstorm is located 13 miles southeast of Mariona, moving southeast at 5 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour gusts and penny-sized hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Grand Ridge, Alpha, St. Creek, Oshisi, Star, Simsville, Cypress, Alliance, Union City, and Henderson Mill. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lower floor of a building.
VLC Media Relay Flash Flood Warning from WJON/TV.
Central Daylight Time.
VLC Media Player Window.
Cal and Jackson.
Alright, then we'll just wait for it to go through my station. That flash warning from Austin. Alright. 8 laptops turning on at once. What fun. Could have been nice if I did it with all those Windows 11 PCs, but... Oh, that was not the case. But anyway, go ahead and X that out. So, here's what I was thinking now in regards to, if you remember, last month I took these pieces of footage of the reset process of the Optiplex small form factor. But what I did not realize was that I could have just plugged the HDMI cable into the HDMI out port on my capture card, and I could have just recorded the screen with the capture card. But here was the issue though. and I kind of feel bad. As I've said when I was setting it up, I was trying to see if I could find a second monitor, but there was not any room on the desk on my one of my drawers for or shelves for it. There was no room for me to put down a secondary monitor. So since there is a monitor already right here, I can just go ahead and switch between in and out the HDMI input between the two computers. So, when I'm not using one, I can just lock it so I don't fuck anything up when I'm using the other one. So whichever computer is currently connected to the monitor, then that computer will just that computer will just be utilized. And of course, per usual, all my both of those PCs are password protected, so that way even if I if I press the wrong button, so that way if I start pressing any other buttons on the keyboard to the other computer, to the wrong PC, then that way it'll tell me exactly where the input should go, to exactly which PC the input. Yeah, to see exactly which input the PC, the input should end up going. That's funny. Yeah, it is funny because WBAL tested during a flash flood warning. All right, and we'll just wait for John's. Okay, I was wondering where the music was. Okay. Now, moving on with what I was talking about just now. I was talking about the video of the reset of the Optiplex small form factor. What I was just talking about, yeah, now that I see the footage again, I don't think the thing turned out the way that it could have. But now that I think about it, this was the only option I had. Because as I just described, I do not have enough room to put a second monitor for it. So I don't have room for a second monitor, which, as I've said, I'll be switching the HDMI input between the Inspiron 3670 and this Optiplex 3060 small form factor computer. And also it's because of the desktop PC's size and weight, which is another reason why I decided not to. But I was actually thinking earlier this morning on what I'm going to do with the Optiplex Micro. Yeah, what I'm actually going to do with the Optiplex Micro. Yeah, I'm thinking about what I'm going to do with the Dell Optiplex Micro PC. Yeah, I could have done the HDMI out jack instead of the HDMI in jack, but I don't know if that would really make any sort of difference. So that's what I'm thinking. So when I do the recovery of the Optiplex Micro, what I'm thinking is I'll just plug in a second HDMI cable into the HDMI out jack. But I'm going to need to do some research, just to see how I can get the desktop output through the capture card. because I do not want to waste my iPad storage space on videos of a reset of a computer resetting itself. No. I'd rather just record it directly from the HDMI output. I'd rather do that. So if I can get that working, then I will, and since the recovery process of this micro is going to be identical to the small form factor, what I will do instead is I will scrap the footage from the Optiplex small form factor, and then I'll just utilize the footage from the micro, because the recovery procedure is basically going to be the same. Because the recovery procedure for both PCs are going to be the same. Okay, so it's going to be basically the same thing. So basically it's going to be the same process. So it's going to be the same process at this point, like I've said. So I can just start the recovery, do the recovery, install the driver, update the drivers, and then upgrade to Windows 11. That's what I plan to do with the micro. That is, if it does not do Windows 11. And this time I'm going to make sure that it does Windows 11 and not 10. So that's what I want to be sure of when it comes to that. So then once the micro is all set and ready to go, then the next stage of this procedure then is to install the wireless card into the small form factor, because as I was just describing, because last night I can put a wireless card into the small form factor from confirmation of pictures from the motherboard on Dell's website and the motherboard on this setup. So that's what I'm looking to do. I'll install an M.2 Wi-Fi card into the small form factor. And of course I gotta use that stupid little antenna, but it'll work. But if that's what I have to do to get it working, then I will do that. Ah, yes, I remember using that one in the I-92 video. Speaking of which, I haven't done a Minecraft Street View video in a long time. So I was thinking maybe I could do another one. So I can't even begin to describe how long it's been since I've last made one. So, yeah, that's the plan with the Optiplex small form factor, and of course with my other PCs. So, now let me break down the plan even further. Let me break down the plan further, just to give you all a good understanding as to where I'm looking to take this. So, obviously the first thing is, as you all know, I'm looking to get that micro up and running, but what I'm hoping for is one stick of 8 gigabytes of RAM in each PC. Yes, 1 gigabyte in each of those two. If two end up showing up, which I'm pretty sure they will. So, then I can take one stick of RAM out of one of them, take the stick of RAM out of one of the micros, and put it in the other one to make it 16 gigabytes. To make it 16 gigabytes of RAM. The hard drive is fine. If it's 128, I don't care. But furthermore, if there's a smaller NVMe drive inside of it, no, not NVMe, it would be M.2. If there's a smaller M.2 SSD inside of that machine, I'll take it and keep it. And use it alongside a SATA hard drive. In which case, the M.2 SSD will be the boot drive, which is where Windows will be loaded onto and booted from. And then the SATA SSD is where all the data will be. So what I could do is take so if that's the case, I could swap out the Samsung 1 terabyte SSD out of the Optiplex small form factor and instead throw in one of my remaining 512 gigabyte SSDs. Throw one of those in there instead. Or, what I could do instead I have an even better idea. Or I have a better idea. How about instead, I could have 120, I could have the M.2 SSD be the boot drive for Windows, and then for the data, I can throw in this. I can instead throw in this Seagate Barracuda 2 terabyte 5400 RPM mechanical hard drive. Now, yeah, Windows 10 and I think especially 11, it's just gonna run like absolute garbage on this kind of hard drive. Yeah. This is why I hate installing newer versions of Windows on old mechanical hard drives. But of course I put a label on it, and I put a sticky note on it so that way it can tell me if I need to put this hard drive back in. That way I know which PC it goes to. So that way I know which computer the hard drive goes with and what OS is on it. So Windows 10 Home, 20H2 in the case of that PC. But I'm looking to wipe that install now that I have a SSD inside of that other one. I have not touched Windows 11 on that since I set it up. Or I could put that SSD back in there, update it to 22H2, and then enroll it in the extended updates. But that's not what I want to do. I want to forget about that PC being slow. It was just unbearable. It was just unbearable how slow that PC, how slow that computer was when it came to a mechanical hard drive. So yeah, I mean, I just want to forget about how slow that thing is. So, but I'm going a bit off topic. So I was talking about some potential scenarios with the micro. So I was just talking about some potential scenarios. So, like I said, one scenario I've got in mind is if there is an M.2 SSD inside of it, inside of one of the micros, I'll take that SSD out of it and put it into the small form factor. I'll restore Windows to that drive, and then I'll just plug in a secondary SATA SSD and have that be the data storage. So now it'll have it would have two sources of data. One for the Windows files, and then another for all the data. Well, of course, the Windows drive will store all the program files. And then a secondary SSD inside of it will store all of the user data, so stuff like documents and things like that. That's what I could do. So rather than storing them in like the documents folder and stuff, I feel like that would make the process, a little easier, because I honestly don't like low storage. I don't like low storage devices because I want as much space as I can, for whatever it is I want to do. They didn't turn on Clockney River. Interesting. But anyway, yeah. So, and of course I don't like low RAM either, so, I mean, I want the best experience possible. That's really my goal. So, I mean, comparing this, the 16 gigabytes is about as good as it gets for, let's say, the average consumer. As I mean, 16 gigabytes, you can do a lot with 16 gigabytes. But 32 gigabytes would obviously be the best, but it would be more expensive. The thing is, 32 gigabytes is expensive because a lot of businesses, get 32 gigabyte PCs. Those Optiplex Micro 7010s that are replacing the 3060 micros, those have 32 gigabytes of RAM inside of them, from what I have found out, from what I've confirmed. Well, I haven't opened, I've opened up the PC and confirmed it, because I saw two 16 gigabyte sticks inside of it. Not sure if it'd be a good idea to take one 16 gigabyte stick and put it in the micro form factor. But the problem is that RAM stick could be DDR5 and not DDR4, because that PC is from 2023 and it was recently refurbished, judging by all the refurbished stickers that were put on the supposed bottom of the machine. So let me break down again the plan for the future of these computers. So with the micro, I'm looking to make it a 16 gigabyte PC. As I said, take one RAM stick out of one of the micros and put it in the other one. And from whatever micro else I'm taking along with, I'm going to also salvage its hard drive and wireless card. Yeah, I'm going to also salvage the hard drive and wireless card from it. Because if I need to, because like I said, so okay, I am going on. I am not doing words right here. So I plan to salvage the hard drive and the wireless card from the other PC. And from the other PC, and I will use that wireless card inside of the Optiplex 3060 small form factor PC. That way, I will not have to bridge. So that way, then I would not have to bridge the wireless connections anymore because that's been a pain. But I mean, initially when I first saw it and I saw I couldn't get any sort of wireless capability, I was a little bit I was a bit disappointed. I was a little bit disappointed when I found that out. But then I did some further research and seeing if I could bridge the connection, and I was surprised it was actually possible. So I tried it, and well, it worked. I mean, I spent that whole Wednesday night trying it out, just seeing if it would work correctly, and here we are now. 2 weeks since that moment, and this Optiplex it's doing as good. It's doing even better than that. It's doing even better than that it's run. The script actually is not as crashing as frequently. It's probably because of the amount of monitors I have in there, but because I'm only using it as a secondary though, so that's probably the reason why. But I don't know how we're going to handle it for the weeklies, because I actually have an idea for it. How about instead of just having WJON uh, do all of it, I'll probably just move some of the other stuff over to WPLT secondary, and I'll have it do the weeklies alongside the main. I don't know how good of an attempt this is going to be, but we'll give it a try. If it works, it works. So, we were going to do it last week, but I had the chance to do it from home, so I guess we'll get to see what it's like this week. So, looking forward to seeing what that's going to be about. I'll probably have to look at Elgato's support documentation. Yeah, I'll have to look at Elgato's support documentation, so I can see if I could actually get it working or not. As I really would like to. So, and then after the work with the micro is set and done, then the next stage of it would be to, take it here, do some quick testing, just make sure everything is working correctly on the RAM. If it is working properly, then I'll end up getting it ready for official service. By, of course, going through 3 separate stages. The first stage would be to reset the PC with Dell's official recovery tool, then update the drivers, and then upgrade it to Windows 11, because that PC meets the minimum system requirements to do so. So I'll upgrade it to Windows 11, and then delete Windows 10 off of it, because it's not going to be supported very soon. And the Optiplexes usually come with the Pro Edition, which are not eligible for the personal extended security update program, because the Pro Edition is where the business ESU falls under. So that would be, you would have to pay $61 out of pocket per PC per year, and of course it would double each each consecutive year. So, I mean, getting another year of updates for free, that's wonderful. So cool, I can extend Windows 10 support by another year while everybody begins to move on to Windows 11. Although it seems like it's a little late to do so because Windows 11 is already halfway through its lifespan. But yeah, that's what I'm looking to do with this. So that's what I'm looking to do with my next PC. But then I also plan on moving, as I said, the XPS over to where the keyboard is for the Optiplex small form factor. That will be where I put another monitor. But then in terms of a keyboard and a mouse, I will see which one will be better. Because I know my mother brought home a spare keyboard, and I don't know if she brought home a spare mouse too. But I'll see what I can find. Yeah, I'll see what I can find, and if I can get it working, then great. If not, then I'll just use the peripherals that came with that HP P2 that had Windows 8. I'll just use those parts instead, because those are USB. Those devices are USB, so I mean it should work. I mean it should actually work. So yeah, that's what I'm looking to do. Give that a try and see what would be best. Yeah, that's the plan then, with the micro and all those other PCs. Of course, even before that, we've got episode 7 of Downers Grove coming soon. It's gonna be exciting to see. Alright. Now, the White Sox game is about to start, and Drew, like he said, he's at the game. A 2004 Dell Dimension XP Media Center. The loved one. College girl Dale Eddy, the loved one guess. TurboTax 2009. Winver. Media Center Edition 2002. Service Pack 3. Another video of Madonna. Custom built PC. Lots of that. Electric. Or holidays. No charge for all that at all. Oh, that's right. This is iOS 16, not 18. Just want to see how possible. Yeah, it seems like. Yeah, it seems like this device is old. It can't even handle Gemini AI. It can't handle Gemini AI. Ah, that's great. Yep, when we won the World Series in 2005, my father was jumping for joy the moment. I'm sure my father was jumping for joy the moment he saw our team get the last out and win the and win potentially the trophy that every team wants. Yeah, here's the picture I took of the PC before I got into service. So yeah, there's the ThinkPad before it went out of service. Oh yeah, and this thing too with the door message. And here was resetting the footage of the Vostro will stay, but it's just the footage of the it's some footage of the Optiplex that's going to be scrapped. Mainly these last pieces of mainly these last pieces of footage here, where I do the restore and everything. I see Brian's here. Drew is actually at the White Sox game that is just about to begin here today. That's anyway. I'm kind of thinking about sharing this little piece of footage with this little crazy video with on my main channel that is. But what this essentially is, I just decided to put my phone on top of a part as I push it up and down the ramp.
Yeah, I remember the time when did you watch Celebrity Family Feud?
Robert Downey Jr. Well, no, I also
No.
watched the Chicago street race last week, and that was
Yeah,
it.
yeah, you remember, you know what? You know who was on Celebrity Family Feud this past Thursday?
Jennifer Hudson was on there.
Yeah, Jennifer Hudson and this other woman, Jennifer Hudson Foundation and the other one, and they had two shows, the Rich Eston and I forgot the other one, but one of them said that, according to Steve, that it was for a fundraiser. One of them being St. Jude Research, which I was just shocked.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, all these all these celebrity shows they're playing for charity.
Yeah, I love charities because I love doing the charity. I love seeing people doing charities
Helping those in need.
Yeah,
helping all those in need.
and as a matter of fact, I did was talking with my dad about something similar, but it's not relating to this though. But there may be a chance that I might film a crosswalk while at Kalamazoo on the early morning of 2026.
You can get some footage of a crosswalk. Well, I'm actually looking to get more footage of several crosswalks in Downers Grove. As I was telling our viewers earlier.
Well, here's the thing. Though. Most of the areas of Kalamazoo has one of them Cholera N2 buttons. However, two of the crosswalks, four of the crosswalks I know were INS because they just replaced the one at US 40 Michigan Route 43 or Drake Road or no. It was Drake Road and Main Street or M43, and they did the one with Rose at it's not South because they still have the N2s, but it's Rose and whatever street it was, but there is a very interesting INS crosswalk that has
one of those two. Now, like I was saying I was going to get some more footage of these crosswalks for you all tomorrow when I return to Downers Grove for my part-time job, which of course means that we're going to get episode 7 of the Road Fanning series live tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Well, sometime after 7 a.m. actually. So yeah, sometime after 7 a.m. is when you can expect that. And yes, I'll try to do some more from downtown again.
Hey, Plainfield.
Maybe I'll see if my mother could drop me off like right near downtown and then I can just walk my way. Well, I don't know if that'd be a good idea though, but...
Hey, Plainfield.
But who knows. Alright. What does Brian have to say now?
West Edge. Walk sign is on the cross. West Edge.
That's the announcement. And of course the voice.
Yeah, that's what was. Here's a funny story. So way before COVID-19 started, me and I would hear there were people that were trying to cross West Edge at South, and I remember I heard West Edge crosswalk go off, but I never got to hear the countdown. But they do but the city of Kalamazoo has an audible countdown.
Well, Downers Grove's do crosswalks do not have audible countdowns at all. The only audible announcement from these crosswalks is the train approaching announcement. That's really the only thing. It's only these crosswalks though because this light is connected to the crossing here. But this light is connected to the railroad crossing.
Right.
And assuming that's the case, this other traffic signal is also connected to the railroad crossing. So I mean, this
I have an
light will
interesting
be
fact for you.
locked up on red when the gates load when the train approaches the crossing.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, because if you all saw the second part of episode 6 of Downers Grove last week, when the outbound metro came in the afternoon, I wanted to get the announcement of the train approaching on this crosswalk in particular as the gates were starting to lower. I heard it when I was here waiting for a train to go by, and then I heard the announcement. I was like, you know what? I gotta get it myself on the next one. So that's what I did.
Huh. There's something interesting I want to show you. Let me just share my. If I just share my screen, I'll show you. But I need. There's something that's so weird. Okay, so let me just share my screen so I can discuss.
Yeah, and then let me show you all something else too. This.
Okay, so you see this? You see this?
Once I can see it.
That's the N2. That's the N2. But you wanna know something? Here's some interesting facts about them. You can basically hear it very well if you're driving from this direction or that direction. But here's something strange. As you can see, look with this. Okay, so you know why I'm facing it this way? Because this thing has this custom locator tone, also known as the hammer sound or whatever it's called, but it has a very different tone compared to this one right here because that one has a normal tone.
Yeah, all of these new crosswalks in Downers Grove have that too.
Which one? The custom one that I was just mentioning right here?
Yes, that's the same one that I've cited at this intersection on Franklin Street and Main Street, and then continuing
As a
through
matter of fact,
downtown.
I have a request. I have a request for a street view.
Well, maybe for a future Street View route episode.
Yes. By
But
any
of course,
chance, can you do the street views from Stadium Drive to over to Howard and then go to Howard and Oakland?
That's something I could. That is something I could do, like a little intermediate episode, but it wouldn't fall under the. It wouldn't fall under the Street View series though. But mainly the Street View series, we cover the entire routes of roads in the Chicagoland area. The other direction of Lamont Road, including this stretch here, is under consideration. So we're looking to get to that at some point soon.
Okay, so here's something strange about this crosswalk. So, I was told by this YouTuber named let me find him. His name goes by Shia, the UP Rail Fan 2006. He told me that one of these crosswalks here are not N2s. They are known as EN2s. And as you can see, they got unfortunately, it kind of looks like they moved the. Well, no, this is still here because there's about they have almost every N2 being replaced by an INS. But if you look right there, that's a 2001 SRN. Where one of my friends filmed it.
That's the siren that replaced whatever that unknown model siren was in Oak Lawn near the elementary school where my nana lives.
You know what? I want to say this one replaced a Thunderbolt because there's there's a 2001 that's ran in downtown that replaced a Thunderbolt siren. More specifically, the 1000T, if you know what that is.
That one that kind of does the high-low setting.
No, that would be that. That's a 1003 you're talking about. The 1000T doesn't because it doesn't have like I want to say it doesn't have enough solenoid power for it. Mainly because I think it's a 4.5 port.
But yeah, here's the siren. Here's the siren that's been
Has everyone on
standing there for
YouTube
months.
seen this?
And we can go back to last year, 24, and see that's the siren that was there before, and this is what's here
Plainfield.
now.
So Plainfield. I was just recently told that this one right here is an ICC single that's used on most crosswalks.
And that's actually what Downers Grove has as well on their crosswalks.
This particular type.
Yeah, which has the stop hand and the countdown.
You know what's funny? I was trying to make a picture of doing the hand, but when I do it with my hand, it's not as accurate as this part right here.
Yeah, as the hand there.
It's not even easy to do, but I once got some approved for making a the walk sign part for it. Here's the thing though. I want to show you something. So if we go over here at this street here, you would see something else that's so weird about it. I'll explain to it once I find some examples. If I can, that is. What was that?
That was I'm going back on these products here.
Okay, so here's North Burdick, and if I figure out where the hell I have to do this at, where the hell is it? My dad told me to avoid this area right here. You see it right here?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. Okay. So this is Water Street, and my dad will not let me do the one from Water at Rose because that's one of them very, 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 very dangerous parts.
Yeah, one of the most dangerous intersections in the town.
Pretty much, yes. Pretty much, yes. Now, if we go over here, this is so okay. So this is where I typically go, but the problem is I don't like going. Okay, so here's a stupid story. So this hospital right here, you want to know a stupid backstory of this?
Of the hospital.
Yeah. You want to know a stupid backstory?
Yeah.
Okay,
let's.
Okay, so back in the old days, you would hold on. Let me time travel. And what I want to show you something. So this is what me and my mom used to do when we would easily get inside the parking garage of the hospital. And I always go there once a year, but not where I went to the last time. But I have a new doctor that's so full though. But anyway, you would easily go in this part right here without any issues. Yeah. However, this one doesn't have an elevator in the parking garage. Unlike most parking garages, this one doesn't. However, how due to the fact this is a parking ramp garage, there's no way that they would fit an elevator inside there. And behind it, this is what not your ordinary house. However, this was they were this was waiting for a building across from this building existed.
Yeah, but that building was torn down a long time ago.
Yes, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much because yes, pretty much because also have the if we just fast forward to recently
And then looking
right
back
here.
at the street
I mean, look at
imagery,
this. Look at this. This is pure bullshit. Like you would, it's such a pain in the ass trying to do the having to going to the backside.
the back side of the garage,
Yes.
so all those cones there.
So
But
like
now that we're into
if
buildings,
you
these two
okay, so let
houses
me
were
give you
recently.
okay,
These
so
three houses were
you have to go
recently.
take a left on you have to take a left on Jasper Street, and then you take a left on Walnut and take a little left through John Street, and that's where this the backside of the hospital is.
Yeah,
However,
there's actually a new building going up here in Downers Grove. You can see this is like the beginnings of the construction, but it has actually progressed a long way, and I have been, seeing it slowly progress while I was there, especially when I was walking through downtown too, on that same Monday that I met that rail fanner on the station platform.
who was it anyway, if I may ask?
If you may ask, it's a man that goes by the name F40M District Photography. He was in Chicago for some...
SM Photography.
No, it's F40M District Photography.
Hold up. F40M. What was it? F40M.
Yes, F40M District Photography. That's the man who I met on this station platform.
Is this him right here?
That is him. Yes.
What is that profile picture?
That's that profile pic is that's a Union Pacific train because he does rail fanning content. He does rail fanning content as well.
Look at the description. Stop chasing girls, start chasing trains.
I never saw a description like that.
That is so funny though. It
is. Yeah, I mean, all I just wanted to do that Monday was just go a little bit closer to the racetrack. I was not expecting to see him at all. I wasn't expecting to see him at all. He still hasn't.
According to this,
looks like he's still.
Apparently, he's not from Illinois.
Well, actually, he is. I talked with him, and he said that his hometown is Downers Grove, Illinois, but he now lives in Sacramento. He was just visiting the Chicagoland area for family.
I was going to say it didn't look like California. It was more of Texas to me. Well, that's weird.
So.
But anyways, back to what I was saying. So, if my dad and I were to walk through the crosswalk, we would probably have to go to the. Okay, so there's this free parking over at it's called on a street called Halleyman Court. And then what we would do is that we would have to cross this way and then take a right into the hospital. because in fact, I was actually, in fact, Plainfield. I was asking my dad about him taking me instead of my mom next year.
And here's the Tivoli bowling alley and theater.
As you can see, Plainfield, the State Theater is closed because they sold out of business. This is where it was still
They
open
even
at
have
the
a
time.
hotel too.
And want to know a fun fact?
Yeah.
So, if you ever went back to Michigan, there's this place I remember. I always wanted to go. This is the Kalamazoo Mall right here, and there's a way you can enter it.
A way
Okay,
you can
so
enter
let
that
me
mall.
allow me to demonstrate. So if you're going you can't go this way because it's one way, but there's a different way you can enter it from there. As you can see, there's this if there's a parking lot right free parking. That's I can't read very well what the hours are for how long, but mine's it would have been nice to let me figure out when it is, but anyways, so if if you would if you want to do a different way, you would if you want to do a different way like this, you can either take this way and forget about crossing this one, or you can cross this street right here and go down there. You can see this other crosswalk right there very well. But now
But yeah,
let me take you.
navigating from the school to that crossing was kind of difficult because this sidewalk on the left there is partially closed because of the construction. So I'd have
What
to
Loveland
go.
Rose or
Well, they're building a new building, and I show the progress as of April of.
oh, you know what? You know what? Speaking of which, I don't think I ever told you this, Plainfield, but did you hear that a new event center is supposed to take place around this area?
I had not followed up on Kalamazoo. I don't even follow Kalamazoo.
You should though. They're one of my favorite teams. But anyways, if you if you um if you if okay, so here's what I think. If you were to there's a woman that's pressing this button, but um
Kind of weird that it's there, but
yeah, here's the thing though. That thing is still there. They never done anything to that.
and I've only seen the crosswalks near downtown Downers Grove get replaced. Because we look at Maple Avenue and Walnut, this September 21, and here we get April 25. That's the old crosswalk signals, and they're still there, even to this day.
Is this isn't it the ones that I'm showing you right now, or is it something different?
Those are the new ones.
I know, but listen, doesn't it still have this old talking crosswalk?
Well, Downers Grove's original crosswalks did not talk at all.
You know, there's this somewhere in Illinois has and four.
In Naperville has a lot of talking crosswalks. Downtown Naperville has a lot of them. And I believe
Let's do some examples.
and I believe they're the very
what
same
was there?
ones.
Hey. Was this one intersection you know of that you know about in Naperville?
Actually, they do look to be. Actually, they do look to be those.
But which intersection would you want me to review?
Let's see. So those were talking crosswalks. So this is Washington Street and Chicago Avenue.
Wait, that used to have the Washington Street walk sign is on. Washington Street walk sign is on.
Puck sign is on. Well, I wasn't into talking a crosswalk when we visited downtown Naperville all the time.
What?
I mean, the last time I was in downtown Naperville was in March. Was it March 2024 or was it 23?
Wait, what was the street name in
Washington Street and Chicago Avenue.
Hold up. Which specifically, north or south?
It says South Washington Street.
Okay, so which way do I have to find the one that has Washington at Chicago? Do I go up or down on this? Do I go down here or? Hold up.
Well, no, you gotta keep going up because that's 75th Street. It's like more downtown Naperville.
Oh, hell. Hey, now I want to check out this one real quick.
Yeah, let's see that intersection.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that's messy as hell.
Well, that's because there was construction going on at the time. But we were mainly in downtown Naperville for...
Didn't they put new crosswalks on this thing?
I believe that's what they're doing, because a few spots in downtown they're getting new traffic signals.
I hate when people have to replace these things.
Yeah, when people put up new traffic signals.
There it is, Chicago Avenue. There we go.
Yeah, a particular example of traffic signal replacements is this intersection, 95th Street and Ridgeland. Here's what it was like back in 2019. See, it was just...
Are you sharing your screen as well? You should share your screen as well.
Yeah, I was not, but... Yeah, I'll just go ahead and share the Google Maps window, because it won't seem to matter. Yeah, here's the original traffic signal with Ridgeland and 95th Street. The 95th lights are a bit larger. It was to cover more of the road. And this is what it looks like now. See, much more modern. That's the Ridgeland light. And then here's the Billy Boys. One of my favorite restaurants to get when I'm there. Would love to have it again someday. Well, whenever I do visit here again. And here's the nearly identical configuration. This is 95th Street and Cicero Avenue.
Oh my God, bro. Hey, Plainfield.
How crazy those lights are. What is it?
Hey, Plainfield. Somebody in my group chat just sent me one of the cursed train moments.
A train moment, huh?
Hold up, let me forward it.
Yeah, and I believe this traffic signal is connected to this railroad crossing over the Metra Southwest service. I have not seen this crossing in action since I believe I mostly did see it in action since the incandescent lights were replaced by LEDs fairly recently.
I just forwarded it. I just forwarded it.
In the general. So. Yeah.
My God. Oh my God, bro.
Dang. That's crazy. The locomotive's flying around the sky.
No, it was like fucking Siren Head at this point.
Oh gosh.
No, seriously, it does. I mean, look at it. It has the body of a Siren Head. The legs look like Siren Head.
Jeez Louise.
My God, bro.
Wow.
Okay, I'm just gonna forward this to. Okay, I'm just gonna forward this to something stupid.
Wow. Like, yeah.
But oh my God,
I've not seen this crossing
dude.
in action since the LED lights were replaced.
Like, oh my God, dude.
But it's probably mainly because you visited. I mainly, visit over the weekend.
My
and
God, dude.
And of course, that's when the Southwest service doesn't even run. Yeah, Southwest service doesn't even run on the weekends. Then, of course, here's a newer set of crossing signals with Type 3 E-bells, Safe Train Type 3 or Siemens Type 3, whatever. They're basically the same thing. Canadian National's signature E-bell, I guess I could say. And then here's the Advocate Outpatient Center that replaced a lumber yard.
Oh my God! What the hell? Oh my God! What the actual
Here's when
hell,
it was under
bro?
construction. Here's when the lumber yard was still here. Open to the public. Midnight Terror Haunted House coming this October to this space. Or not.
Oh my God.
But then if we go a bit further down the line, here's where I did 2 Chicago Ridge rail fanning videos with these pedestrian gates installed. At least I'm glad I finally got to see this crossing in action for the first time. The Southwest Service crossing, because every time we go across it, we never got stopped by the Southwest Service going down Ridgeland. But at least I'm glad I got to see it in action. We mainly got stopped by this crossing here on the Indiana Harbor Belt. There used to be Safe Train Type 1s, but now there's Safe Train Type 2s.
Hell, bro. My God damn.
Yeah, there used to be Safe Train Type 1s here, but now we got Safe Train Type 2s. And here's that little, I guess I'll kind of call it signature radio tower of the Southland. I kind of call it a signature because I see this tower, like when I see this tower, I know I'm in Southside. I know I'm in a Southside. I know I have arrived in Oak Lawn, but this is Chicago Ridge. But either way, it's the same thing. And then here's the Welcome to Oak Lawn sign. And then continuing a bit further down Southwest Highway.
My god! I just wish it send it to some group chats.
Here's here's an interesting little statue that's interesting that the statue is even here. I guess showcasing the history, maybe some like state history or something.
My god,
Not sure
dude.
how significant that is. That is, but and going down to the end here, I'm not sure if that's the harbor belt or oh no, that's a field. See, I can't really see the
Holy skibbity. Holy skibbity. My god, dude.
and yeah, here's the new Columbus Manor Park. Yeah, here's the Columbus Manor Park. See, that's the splash pad that stands there now.
I just
But that actually was not the location that I've been known, mainly to rail fan this town all the time. It's here, surprisingly enough.
that sounds like a skill issue.
Yeah, just looking at other railroading group chats and things like that. But yeah, that circle engravement that actually used to be an above ground pool. But a few years ago, the pool decided to self-destruct. Yeah,
What are you talking about?
What I mean? It decided to self-destruct. Well,
No. What? No. What I'm asking is, what do you mean by what building are you referring to? Or
I'm talking about this house here. This one that I've been to all the time. They used to have a pool for many years. Yeah, they used to have one for many years. But a few years ago, 21 to be exact, it broke. It actually broke. Like all the water started spilling out, and after that point, it was all over. Yeah, it was all over at that point. But I could actually travel back in time, and see what it was like when it was there. And maybe we'll see if Google Earth caught me going swimming in that pool. I don't think so though, but let's just see. Why the heck not? So here it is. This is present day, but we're gonna go ahead and use the time travel. Sunset. So we're gonna time travel back and see. Oh my god! It looks like all the dirt has been overgrown by the grass. So now, if we time travel back, you can see that it was the dirt. So yeah, the grass grew on it over time. So now it's taking over what is left. So this was the outcome of the destruction. What happened is the sides of it came off, and this is what's left of the water inside of the pool. And if we go back to March, yeah, of course it wasn't accessible. Here was October of 2020. Here's April. Here's December 2019. October 2019. Here's October 2018. March of that year. April. Here's July of 2016. Don't think you can see, but that pool was open. There used to be one there, but they did replace it. Here's 2015. Let's see if I can find any months. It's November 2011. Here's August 2010. So yeah, this is August of 2010. Here's 2009. Here's May of 2008. Yeah, there you go. This is about as clear as it's.
Your mom.
Yeah, this is as clear.
Your mama.
Yeah, this is as clear as it's gonna get. You can see this is what the pool was like in its heyday. There actually wasn't even stairs there, so I think it was kind of hard to get up and down. I don't know how you'd be able to access the deck from there, but here's 2007. Not sure if there were people swimming in it or it was a mess. Whatever. Here's August of 07. Oh my goodness, they didn't even have that pool yet in 2005. So it looks like sometime between 2006 and 2007 they got that installed. And my Uncle Joe enjoyed it. He really enjoyed that pool during the summer, but
you know, I remember one time when I was young. I remember there was a pool located. There used to be this water slide that used to function for a hotel over in Washington. Because I went there years ago with my grandma. A long time ago with my grandma, and it was at a Best Western, and there was a lot of interesting things because they had some fire alarms that dates back to the 70s, I believe, or no, 80s, because they had one of them 2101 plate with the whatever the hell it is. It was a very old simplex fire alarm.
And my grandma was even, and I believe a while back, my grandma told me that her house actually used to have a pool, but of course she got rid of it. I don't know if it was natural or not, but there actually was some, and she actually also shared some footage of that pool in action. Way back when there was like no actual like real dates, like exact dates of how long that pool was in service, but she did tell me, I believe it was sometime in the 70s and the 80s, I believe. Oh, there's Stella. Oh yeah, there's the video of Stella at the beach in July of 23.
Yeah.
And there was that crazy video where I destroyed a power line tower made out of Legos. That was really fun to watch. Here's when I put Shattered Dreams alongside 355. That turned out beautifully. And there was some stuff from Ohio when we were there. Oh yeah, there's still there's the video of the fountain in Philadelphia. And yeah, Philadelphia has that same crosswalk that Downers Grove has, but in fact, unlike the Downers Grove crosswalk, the walk sign was actually motion activated. Because I waved my hand over the thing and it said wait. And then there was when I played two Deal or No Deal machines side by side. That would make for a great new, yeah. As many of you all know, I'm looking to create the Deal or No Deal arcade as a series. I'm looking to do that very soon, but I gotta find a good time slot for it. Try to see if I can open up some new time slots for my shows, considering that we're halfway through Meal or No Meal in the big numbers now, so we're halfway through all the episodes. But I mean, there were so many other pools that I remember going to. Such a shame that they don't exist anymore. But now I'm looking to get one myself. Oh, it's Retro Day today? That's good to know. Now, of course, they're of course bringing back some of the old stuff because this is their 125th season. But yeah, while you didn't see in the Street View imagery that same house where they had that pool that I was talking about, they actually used to have a hot tub too. It was actually a used hot tub. Yeah, it was a used hot tub. Yeah, it was a used hot tub. Unfortunately, that broke too a few years back. I think it was sometime after they got rid of the pool that they got rid of the hot tub too. That's actually such a shame because I actually now am looking to get a hot tub here. I actually really would like a hot tub here. So after a long day of school, after a long day of work or whatever else, yeah, or whatever else, whatever else I got going on, I could just relax in the, I could just relax and get some warmth in the hot tub. I think I think that would be pretty nice. Yeah, it's kind of too bad, but and I believe on one of those two machines I won the jackpot actually. And this was when we had. Was this when we had lunch in the car? Railroad Museum of Pennsylvania. Never did Hershey's Chocolate World the following day. And I see a picture of one of the metro trains my father took. As part of a class field trip. So rather than taking a bus, they took the train. all the way to downtown. And then there was this is in Hinsdale. And then this was the 2023 picture. This was where the picture for the... This is the picture where I got the... Where I got the picture of the Chicago skyline. And then there was a picture, and then I have the picture of Luke's new desktop PC, an HP Victus. I'm sure he's enjoying that new. I'm sure he's enjoyed that new PC. He's had it for about a year or so now. Oh yeah, and there's when we did Putt Shack sometime after Christmas, and then into the new year. Oh, I still have this video where I tried to pull up 98 Rock Baltimore, and it pulled up really crazy ads. Like, for instance, a 30-minute live stream as an advertisement. Seriously? A 30-minute live stream is an advertisement on a radio station. That's crazy. And then there was that one day in February where... But of course, I'm looking forward to... I'm actually hoping to go back to Western Springs someday, too. Maybe have lunch at the Hill Grove Tap again. But I guess we'll have to see what the... I guess we'll have to see what the rest of the year holds.
You guys all doing good?
And before we go too far outside of the Chicagoland area, a Raising Cane's actually just opened where the Diller's Ale House was. Last time we were there, construction was nearly finished and an opening date had been set. You can see Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers is actually now on the map database. So it looks like sometime after it opened, you can already see some pictures. One Love. Walmart Gaming PC Ammo. Playing a weather radio on a Walmart PC? Trying to play a weather radio station on a Walmart PC. Oh my gosh. So here's some of the first pictures. biggest thing is, am I ever going to return this place here? I think mainly we were here for like weddings several years.
That's correct. PLC started on 1668, exiting narrator.
Okay, let's shut the narrator off. That's kind of annoying. There we go. So yeah, this is Royal Lake Born and Pontchartrain. Let's head here quickly. There we go. So yeah, would love to come back. Well, I don't know if we're gonna go back to the royalty banquet someday. But there actually is one place I'm looking to go back to. And that is this place right here. Now you can't see it from the bricks, but if we go to the front, this is the Embers. The Embers Tap House. And of course, if you could tell by the Lockport rail fanning video I did, you'll know why I chose this particular location in question. All right. Yeah, there was the Georgia Shake Bar I was looking at earlier with the swings and everything in the treehouse area. But yeah, downtown Lockport, I'd love to come back, but it'll be only a matter of time. But this is actually another place I'd like to try. Nikki's Gyros, just a bit off of 9th Street. Although I am actually looking to visit Nanny Karen again at some point this month before our trip. But of course, the big question now is, when will that happen? Well, We don't know yet, but of course when that happens, we'll tell you about the changes and everything. Boom's Corner. Haven't been there in a while. But here is, if we go, if we go a bit further up the line here, right here is the Culver's in Homer Glen that I went to for the first time since they opened. Now, I've got to say, I enjoyed my time. I enjoyed my time with Nanny Karen at the end of May. I enjoyed it. Did Rail Zergy plans to build a bridge over train track?
I said maybe he'll have one left.
Yeah, I'll do this. Even if I did, you know.
I'll use this. Thank you. Maybe he took it around. Okay, that's time. Can you repeat it? Oh, that's so bad.
1050 carts only, RWT is not even on a Wednesday. There we go. Okay, back now to the restaurants. Oh, did they lose another restaurant? Oh, Beauty and the Baker. It says it's closed. Temporarily. The Chili's don't look to be on here anymore. As I heard the Chili's that used to be like around this area, I believe. I believe they recently moved. Yeah, I believe they moved. this is where the Chili's was. But they recently moved. But this Chili's closed. I'll have to take a look and see. Let's see if they have like a locate. Here we go, location map. So let's see, locations, open. Oh, here it is. Find a Chili's restaurant near you. I'll just browse by state. And if we go down to H, yeah, there is no Chili's in Homer Glen. They closed. So the Chili's in Homer Glen is no more, unfortunately. But we still have the Chili's in Chicago Ridge, which I went to recently. Renewal by Anderson. The WFLD radar. This place may be closed. No, it's not closed. It's on top of a freaking active water tower. Shaw on blue phones. And what's this? A beach of like California or something? And here's a 360 view of the yeah, there's the Fox logo, which confirms that this is the Fox radar on top of the tower in Lockport. United we stand. And then here are those power lines that are right beside it now. There's more dates. Here we go. Oh wow, 355 looks so much different in 2017. Way before these power lines were installed. Way before that. So yeah, exit 4 for 159th Street. And then if we go down New Avenue here, this is where I caught the Amtrak Texas Eagle that was it in June? Yeah, I think it was June when I went down. Yeah, when I came down here, it was June. Yeah, it was June when I went down this way. Des Plaines view with bench. There is a Des Plaines view, but I don't see any benches. Or is it because the benches are submerged in the water? And Drew left. I'm guessing the battery on his phone. I'm guessing the battery died or the signal went out. And I think the battery on his mobile device went out. So that's why he just suddenly left. So. But we'll just let him. We'll just let him and his family enjoy the rest of the game. Maybe he'll come back later before we are done tonight. We'll see. Anyway, back to looking at pictures and stuff of all of this. Oh, he's back. So it looks like the signal must have went out. And of course, I've been very lucky with the Metro trains because of what Metro recently introduced. Something known as the Metro Tracker, where, of course, you could watch select lines and see what's active, and just see what trains are actively running on the system. Yeah, you're not going to see anything on the Heritage Corridor. There's one on the Rock Island, but the Southwest service is empty because it's only a weekday service. And then here's Union Pacific West, which is also dormant right now. And we can even look at it on Google Maps too. Cool.
I'm ready. All right. Which White Sox collectible would you like to own the most? And for our Sleeping Arrow 2005 team, we've got these tall Pinnacle jerseys signed by Coach Leah. Yeah, that's very cool. Hello, Vargas.
And we could look at, oh, that's unfortunate. That's the only 360 view we get of this park. This is Washington Park, which is just about how far is it from the school? It's actually not that far of a walk from the, school. Yeah, it's not that far of a walk from the school, so. Yeah, there's the fountain turned off and dormant. Here it is in the summer when it's active. And there's some parking lots for the metro station. And there's actually another park in Western Springs that I remember going to. There's a whole bunch of these I remember. Laidlaw Park. This is the one. And I actually remember going here for one of Luke's baseball games. Was it Luke? Was it Nolan or was it James? I don't remember which one of the three. I don't recall which one of the three it was exactly, but yeah, I can't recall which one of the three kids it was exactly. But this was it was a pretty nice park. Well, this is what it looks like now. But if we turn back the clock further, yes, there we go. This is what the park looked like when I was there all those years ago. Of course, the swings was the most enjoyable feature, as well as the Buckle Bridge. And there's even a separate set of swings that is, incredibly enough, still here to this very day. It's still there with this new setup. And they put this Kid Express playground there too. Yeah, a lot of these parks have been replaced in the recent years. I'm trying to remember what other parks were recently replaced. The patio in Darien. It's been a long time since we've been to the patio. Drew's signal went out again. Anyway, yeah, somewhere around here, the Joliet area. It's this one, I believe. Yes, it's John Leach Park.
That sounds like a skill.
Which I have not been to at all. But there is a house I do remember going to.
Alright,
See if I remember exactly which one it was. I believe this is the one. Yeah, I believe this is the one. Yeah, and it's also an above ground pool.
The deaths occur in shipments. And he found scoring position and sort of the extended it. The 3-0 in Carl Lewis Pacific looks to make a visit. Refill. Major League Baseball is taking over the ATS biggest event. Action begins with leading the home run derby on ESPN. Then at the 96 Major League
Yep. So that would then, so at that point, that would be no 1% club next week. The 1% club would be curtailed next week. This week, actually, for the All-Star game. Okay, that's the wrong message. This is the message we want.
Special marine warning. The National Weather Service in Jacksonville has issued a special marine warning for coastal waters from Fernandina Beach to St. Augustine, Florida, out 20 nautical miles. Coastal waters from St. Augustine to Flagler Beach, Florida, out 20 nautical miles until 4:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 3:16 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a strong thunderstorm was located over St. Augustine, moving southeast at 20 knots. Hazard, wind gusts to 40 knots. Source, radar. Impact, small craft could be damaged in briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves. Locations impacted include 9 Mile Reef, St. Augustine Beach, Crescent Beach, Beverly Beach, Butler Beach, Villano Beach, Big George's Reef, Marineland, South Palm Vidra Beach, and Palm Coast. Move to safe harbor until hazardous weather passes. If your vessel is caught offshore, immediately secure for heavy weather. Ensure all crew members are wearing USCG-approved Tech I life jackets and non-essential crew are below decks. Deploy jack lines and harnesses if available. Check life-saving equipment, including batteries on handheld radios, for readiness.
We got break straight last night because the play stream last night. He's the very first person to win by on Taylor Red on Big John Flores. So I can congratulate him on
The National Weather Service in Miami has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for central Broward County in southeastern Florida until 3:45 p.m. At 3:03 p.m., severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 9 miles northeast of East Toll Gate on Alligator Alley to near intersection I-75 and US 27. To mile marker 30 on Alligator Alley and are nearly stationary. Hazard, 60 miles an hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Weston, mile marker 30 on Alligator Alley, East Toll Gate on Alligator Alley, intersection I-75 and US 27, and intersection Alligator Alley and Miami Canal. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Torrential rainfall is occurring with these storms and may lead to flash flooding. The National Weather Service in Miami has issued a special marine warning for coastal waters from East Cape Sable to Chocoloskee, Florida, out 20 nautical miles until 4 p.m. At 2:54 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located 7 nautical miles north of White. You can also share your report with NAP.
Let's scrap it. Alright, let's unmute it now that I got it figured out. Alright, let's get these put in. We'll get back to looking at Google Maps here. Vinny Reed, Oregon. This one was a good one too.
This is a small little Oregon.
Watching that small Oregon being destroyed. Oh gosh. Alright. And I see some more marginals have been added or expanded. Oh gosh. Trying to stop the fan. To try to stop the organ. Oh god, from the 1950s. Oh no. Showing no mercy for vintage technology. And then it ends with the case being obliterated. Yeah, and then it ends with the case being obliterated. Here's what January 3rd, 2023 has.
Ladies and gentlemen, the game is when two teams are here to compete for a jackpot $1,000. This week, our celebrity captains are from Final Rock, Paul Shorting, and from Clear Free Strike, Ricky. And now, here's your host, the go,
Pokemon Go? Pokemon Go? Inside of the Go game show description?
First, officially be sending. Here we go. Oh, that sounds so crisp. I love it. Right, here's the first alert that I will officially be sending.
So I suppose he linked that stage to his main, that's why.
What's up, Daddy?
A week in Final Jeopardies. So everything for Final Jeopardy this week.
Yeah, I'm still here. I was going to get to it right now.
All right, now back to other things. All right, here's a restaurant I haven't been to in a long time. Johnny's Beef.
Fuck.
Ooh, it looks like they recently renovated it again. Looks pretty nice. Yeah, it looks pretty nice on the inside. I would love to come here and have lunch again. I would love to. And what's this? A Goodyear blimp at Joliet Regional Airport. Home of the Big Daddy Burger. 2017. Wow. I love this place. Maybe I could suggest this after. Oh no, because I'll probably be having lunch beforehand. Yeah, this place is pretty nice. And here's one I've showed a few times so far. This is Pizza Ranch, which is one of these pizza buffet places, and they actually have and surprisingly enough, almost like Chuck E. Cheese, they have a decently sized arcade as well. As you can see, they got a lot of your average favorites that you'd see. Got Ice Ball there, Break the Plate. There's Monopoly. There's an Earth game. There's Big Bass Wheel, Down the Clown. A basketball game, Jurassic Park. There's Whack and Win. So yeah, maybe in tomorrow's Terrence Grove episode, maybe I could tour a little more around the town. Show you a little bit more of what downtown Downers Grove has to offer. Is Discord still detecting my microphone? Okay, it is. So it's just making sure. It doesn't look like it's detecting it now. Alright, is it? Okay, good. It's finding me now, so. Alright, that's been fixed now. Alright. Now, with what we were going to do. We were going to look at some stuff around Washington State. Here's Oak Harbor in Washington. There's a little playground there. And this does look like a beach area. Yeah, it's pebbles as opposed to sand. I suppose that's going to be a common theme wherever we go in the Pacific Northwest. And then here's Pioneer Parkway's little bridge. And then there's Nantucket Inn and this place here. And here's Mount Baker. And then just a bit further down, there's actually a natural hot spring, which we found out it was too far from where we'd be at, so we turned down the offer on that. Here's the Baker Lake boat ramp with the dock. Here's the Skagit River Bridge that was cut down significantly after the collapse. And wow, the Guardians have the lead. And we were looking at the Hampton Inn in Burlington in previous days. This is not the hotel we'll be staying at exactly, but this is the Hilton. There's a little more of the hotel. Kids Quest Children's Museum. What's this here? Wonder what's here. Dinosaur, Colorado. Drain, Oregon. Oatmeal, Texas. Zigzag, Oregon. Tiger, Washington. Welcome, North Carolina. Cool, California. Alligator, Mississippi. What kind of town names are those? This is the water table. It's here. Guessing up there, that's a little bucket that fills up and tips over. Yeah, that's a water bucket. Yeah, showing off the boxes and things. What is this? Yeah, a lot of these were taken around Christmas or so. This is December. Here's another water table area. Pretty neat. So right across from the Hilton is the Hampton. One of the subsidiary of the Hampton Hotel of the Hilton Hotel brand. Then here's Bellevue downtown. Looks to be a waterfall. Yeah, Waterfall Garden. The Infinite Fountain. This is gonna be as interesting as it is because you're gonna be right near Microsoft's headquarters. Well, one of their headquarters. Yeah, we're gonna be right near Microsoft's headquarters while we're there. Well, yeah, we can't get inside of it any further than that, so it's gonna be amazing how we'll be near. Anyway, and we're tied at 4.
That'll be the last pitch thrown by Ted Phillips for both starters. After giving up home runs. Once you finish the broadcast, the all-century team, right? We knew that we were doing a performance by Pedro Martinez at Fenway Park when we struck out 5 and 6 hitters in base. The other items in dominance. I also remember Cal Ripken in Seattle. He's throwing a cookie for a home run. And his career. Next Campbell Park. Right. 4-4. We're in the bottom of the 6th. You got pitching change.
Yep, pitching change. All right. Okay, I've just been told by my producer we have about 5 minutes left to go here before we have to cease everything. Oh, the secondary terminated, so perfect timing. As I'm gonna be resetting the secondary soon, anyways. Yeah. As I'm gonna be resetting the secondary afterwards, anyways. So yeah, because I'm gonna reset the secondary anyway. Yeah. I see Antonio's still testing his new end deck because my stuff is coming up as expires. But of course, I want to make sure that everything stays running, that all of this stays running. I'll keep Canada in there in case they do anything. But all of this other stuff shall remain. Alright, that's for when the time comes. I've already pasted the full documentation, which I will put back in there later. Alright, so anyway, what was I gonna look at here? Twin Falls? Yeah, because we were showing you some waterfalls from previous days. This one more notably being Twin Falls on the Snoqualmie River.
Against the target. Will that be doubled in his previous trip? Score on the standard source.
So yeah, now that I've been seeing, areas like these, I've been thinking this is actually quite a nice place to go for a little swim. So the only other question now is, are we going to? Am I going to? Well, we don't know. I don't know. Well, the thing is, I do not know if I am going to get an opportunity like that to. Yeah, if I'm going to get a chance like that to go for a swim. Yeah, to go for a swim in the river. Because I have not swam in a waterfall or a river yet. And I would love to. So maybe I'll see if I can convince them to, and maybe see if I can make it happen. I would love to make it happen. Alright, so we stop this. Make both of these scripts. Activate the VPN. Perfect. So say that it's going to be activated. Okay. Now it's been encrypted. So that will allow the station to run. Yes, I don't care about what program that is. Yeah, I don't care about what program that is. But anyway, that is where we're going to pause for right now. So we're going to take another break. And then when we return, hopefully in about half an hour, 45 minutes, hopefully in that time slot, we'll come back and we'll see what else we can do. We'll see what else we can do. All right, welcome back, everybody. That took much longer than we had anticipated, so I apologize for that. But anyway, we are now ready to continue on with whatever else we were going to do here tonight. Unfortunately, the White Sox were defeated by the Guardians in extras. Yeah, in extra innings. By a final score of 6-5 in 10. And we have some more catch up we gotta do. And it mainly involves Flash Flood Watch for Florida? Oh man. Alright. We're gonna play catch up with these products here. Alright. Restarting the secondary. The cache should have automatically came back up. And there we go. Our services are back online. Yeah, it took longer than anticipated because, well, I don't want to go into too much detail. But I know what we missed. We missed some Amtrak's, so. Alright, now I need to go through everything to see what else I missed. Okay, here's another one we missed. What's this?
Long County, line 0 to 1 nautical miles until 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 4:34 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Strong thunderstorms were located along the line, extending from 14 nautical miles north of the island.
I need to walk.
Expect wind gusts in excess of 34 knots, suddenly clear waves, lightning, and heavy downpours. Make sure all on board are wearing life jackets. Return to safe harbor if possible. Locations impacted include Ormond by the Sea, Ormond Beach, Holly Hill, Daytona Beach, and Beverly Beach. Move to safe harbor immediately as gusty winds and high waves are expected. Frequent lightning is occurring with these storms. If caught on the open water, stay below deck if possible. Keep away from ungrounded metal objects.
Okay, here's the next one. Alright, now for
Eastern Daylight Time. Severe thunderstorm is blowing off Bay, east and 20 miles. 16 miles per hour with gusts and penny-sized hail.
alright, and then 1558 for 3. Nothing special at the back. Alright, was there anything else that we may have missed? This one, John failed spectacularly. It did tones only. So it looks like 1333 was disrupted.
At 5:22 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Okeechobee, moving southeast at 15 miles per hour. Hazard, 16 miles per hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, expects damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations affected include Treasure Island, Okeechobee, Four Seasons Estates, Taylor Creek, and Country Hills Estates. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the building.
Okay. Actually, I changed my mind. Let's minimize everything. Pull up a VLC window. We're gonna go in order by what was captured here. I feel like this is a better idea than all that other stuff because there's a lot of weeklies that I may have missed during that time, so I might want to go back and get it all as much as I can here. Okay, good to know the sound works. Now this one is a fail. So I'm gonna find the proper files. All right. And that must be the Borealis. I couldn't remember if I caught last night's Borealis or not. Didn't seem to remember either, so. Alright, that's the Borealis. It's gonna meet us in Economawalk when it arrives there. Yeah, this is why I said what I said. But now, there we go. Everything is back up and running once again. But we still have a lot of catching up to do. We are running. This thing is so far behind now, so. Alright, but it's mainly KLT that we need to take care of. Because this is where John failed a lot of the stuff, so. So once we get this taken care of here, we'll talk about what else we're going to do tonight, and then we will discuss our next plans from there. Oh wait, that's the same thing. What am I doing? We want the flash flood watch in English. In English, not Spanish. We want it in English. Oh, here's what nobody relayed. Alright, that's what we'll start with. This is going to replace all those products on my phone. This should be the correct one. Okay, good enough. AHC. I gotta be exact on my wording. So it looks like that's it then. Bedford, Pennsylvania, and that's the only one. Okay. We're about ready to begin then. And let me go ahead and unmute the speaker and open up the display capture. See everything as we do it. Okay. So that's all set. I was just checking on the security updates. I was checking on the security update on the other PC in the den. So it went through quite a saga today, let me tell you. My father logged into the Chrome browser and of course he had to install it. My mother lost all her bookmarks and everything. But she did get most of them back, so that's good. And of course, I went ahead and took the opportunity to finish up and do the remaining security update, do the updates on that PC. So now all of our computers are now up to date with the latest security revisions for July 2025. But is this the end of the saga? Nope, because I gotta do it now to the Windows PCs at work. Yay, this is gonna be fun. I get to update a whole bunch of latitudes and optiplexes again. This is going to be lovely, isn't it? Okay. Anyway, what are we waiting for? Yeah, leave it on Do Not Disturb, because we don't want anything disturbing what we're about to do. Alright, the catch-up game starts now.
The National Weather Service in Jacksonville has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for county and southeastern.
Since 1936, South Bengals.
Severe thunderstorm warning for northern Lake County in east central Florida, northwestern Volusia County in east central
There's
Florida.
the builder.
30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 3:50 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. A severe thunderstorm was located near Fruitland, near Franklin City, moving southeast at 10 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour with gusts and penny-sized hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, expects damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Pearson, Lake George, Eldridge, Astor Park, and Astor. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. If on or near Lake George, get away from the water and move indoors or inside a vehicle. Remember, lightning can strike out to 15 miles from the parent thunderstorm. If you can hear thunder, you are close enough to be struck by lightning. National Weather Service.
All right, that's all of them.
45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 3:59 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located over Merritt Island, moving southeast at 15 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour wind gusts. Source, radar indicated. Impact, expects damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Rockledge, Cocoa Beach, Merritt Island, Patrick Air Force Base, and Sentry. For your protection, move to an interior room on the county in central New York and eastern Oneida County in central New York until 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Delta Lake or near Willem, moving northeast at 15 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Boonville, Forestport, Ava, Alder Creek, Stokes Corner, Point Rock, Northwestern, Hawkinsville, Fixley Falls State Park, and Frenchville. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Flood watch in effect from Monday afternoon through Monday evening. Flooding caused by excessive rainfall is possible. The areas affected include coastal and metro portions of Palm Beach, Broward, and Miami-Dade counties. The hazardous conditions are expected from Monday afternoon through Monday evening. Impacts, excessive runoff may result in flooding of roadways and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Additional details, http://Severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Jefferson County, central Lewis County, northeastern Oswego County until 5 p.m. At 4:02 p.m., a cluster of severe thunderstorms were located near Barnes Corners, or 16 miles southeast of Watertown, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Source, radar indicated. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs. Locations impacted include
stop. It appears that the van standing by
Alright, I didn't know the weather scan was unlisted, so I just made it public. So just bet with that. Alright, we're almost done. This is the last one. This is the last one. Yeah. Actually, another arcade. Anyway, let me start with number 15. Okay. Alright, let's take care of this, and then we'll be ready to move on.
There's the battery. Hello.
Let's have business with Paul.
Here's the deal. Here's the deal. Here's the Here's the solve the mystery. Deal. DLC player.
Alright, go ahead and stop that. And turn off Do Not Disturb. And there we go. That is that. We are officially done with everything then. So instead of those videos, I'm going to throw in... Alright, so instead of all of those videos, this one larger one replaces all of it. And because this thing has crossed the 2-hour mark, 2025-100. 100th severe weather event this year. I knew we would finally reach that mark at some point. Okay. So, we are finally caught up with everything after all of that. Secondary is pissed off on Era en masse for some reason. But whatever. At least as long as it's still running, then that's what's good. Alright. So, those of you who may have missed the earlier part of our show, and I'm sure you all want to know what I was doing while while we were offline for like an hour or so. Well, over an hour, I should say. Let me catch you all up to speed as to... Oh, I didn't undeafen. There we go. That's better. Now, anyway, for those who are just now joining us, or who don't remember, let's catch you all up to speed as to what happened so far today. So, of course, we started with Wait, Don't Tell Me, and I was discussing plans with the Optiplex Micro, which I'll reiterate in a moment. We followed live coverage. We followed along with Andrew Durnow as he was at the White Sox Guardians game today. At least he got to see a home run or two. That was pretty nice. but unfortunately the Guardians won it 6-5 in yet another extra inning game. We had extra innings last night, and the Sox, I believe, won it in the 11th. So this time the Guardians won it in the 10th. So, all in all, it was quite a game. And then, well, we just did catch up. Now, while we were offline for all that time, well, I got my lunch together for tomorrow. I got all the programming ready to go for tomorrow as well. What else did I do? Yeah, let's see. I got my lunch for tomorrow, got the programming ready, and then I just drove around in my Minecraft world and went on a little bit of a winning streak on Candy Crush. Only got through 5 levels, plus that one level I've been trying to get through forever, which was like 620, I believe. I've been trying to get past that level forever. So I finally got past that level. I love that. And then, while the Sox game was going, we were talking about a whole bunch of things, from crosswalks to railroad crossings, traffic lights, swimming pools, waterfalls, and much, much more. Yeah. And of course, other entertainment venues along the way. Now, let's reiterate my plan with another PC that my father's school is looking to get rid of this time around, which I'm looking to get to tomorrow. At least I hope. So, as many of you all know, I've been looking to obtain a replacement, well, not really a replacement, but another Windows 11 capable PC. So, last night I looked into the Optiplex Micro, not the Optiplex Micro, but the small form factor. So last night I opened up the small form factor just to see if there was a slot for a wireless card, although I looked in the service manual for this and it said, for this specific service tag, and it said no wireless, which I was confused. Was there like no slot for a wireless card, or was there no wireless card in it out of the box? So I looked inside and also referred to the picture of the motherboard from Dell on that specific model of PC. And I have confirmed, that yes, there is a slot for a wireless card in there, which made me sort of begin to finalize plans for it. So here's what I'm thinking now for the micro. The situation involving the RAM still applies. I'm hoping for one 8GB stick in each of those two PCs. And if that's so, then I can swap 8GB of RAM out of one of them, put it into the other to make it 16GB. And then it would become an absolute powerhouse at that point. Plus, with that thing also having a wireless card in it and an antenna, that would be perfect for the Optiplex small form factor. So, out of one of the micros, not only am I sacrificing the RAM, but I am also planning to salvage both the hard drive. What the hell? Why is this still going down? Wow, it didn't even do it. Alright. So, that's what I'm hoping for. One 8GB RAM stick in each of those two PCs. But there could also be another problem. 2 4GB sticks inside of each. Now, I'm not sure if the school could sacrifice, half of the memory of those new ones, but still, even with 16 gigabytes, that would still get the job done. 32 gigabytes I think is a little too extreme for a business. Well, if they're doing like intense business tasks, that would require more memory, then maybe they should consider maybe 16 gigabytes. Then if that's so, then maybe I could put 32 gigabytes into that micro instead and make it 32, and then it would be the most powerful machine that I'd ever obtain. Then I'd have more memory to run WPLD, and I can run the weather scan and everything like that. I'll have to see if that's an option. I'll have to see if that's possible, but we'll find out tomorrow. Now that's the alternate scenario though. 2 4 gigabyte sticks, which is what I don't want. I want 1 8 gigabyte stick in each of them to make it 16 gigabytes. But regardless of how it goes, I still plan to salvage the hard drive and the wireless card from just one of those micros. I plan to salvage. But one thing's for certain. One thing is certain. I seem to be messing up on my words again. Oh wait, this one I got. There, that's more like it. Okay, now where were we? So yeah, the scenario that I want to play out is have 1 8 gigabyte RAM stick in each of those 2 PCs. So I can take the 1 8 gigabyte stick out of one of them and put it in the other to make it 16 gigabytes. But if there's 2 4 gigabyte RAM sticks, well, I guess I can only choose between one or the other. So maybe if that's the case, then maybe I'll see if he can offer me maybe a RAM upgrade on it. Because I would not want another PC with 8 gigabytes. I do not want another 8 gigabyte desktop PC. I want one with 16 gigabytes. More memory than that other Inspiron, because I want more memory to run. Because I was talking about the possible benefits of, having another powerful computer. Because I want one that can handle both my radio station and the weather scan network at the same time. Just like here at home. I want it to be just like that. And also, furthermore, enough power so I can, do the Big John's Wheel of Fortune and all of that other stuff, that we normally do every Friday. But going off topic for a second, last night I was doing some repairs on this cheap microphone thing that I've had since 2018, I believe. I believe I got it Christmas 2018. Or was it 2019? I don't know, but whatever. It finally bit the dust. It had a good run. So we're probably going to get ready to destroy it or toss it out soon because it doesn't work no more. But we did get a new adapter like that ordered last night. So, I mean, it's not like we need any sort of, activities for it at this moment. I can wait till Tuesday, because I don't want another $3 coming out of my pocket, so I'm okay with waiting till Tuesday because it's not like we're gonna need it right. It's not like we're gonna need it right this moment, but we can maybe try that adapter out with the weekly test stream. Maybe start the Chicago stream up again so we can, test that adapter out, make sure it correctly works. But I heard there's some noise cancellation involved in it, so we'll have to see how that comes out. And that drawbridge is about to The gate's about to lift up on the drawbridge and let all those vehicles back across. So we should have that new adapter in time for our Friday show this week. So that's what I'm hoping for. Anyway, back now to the hopefully there's actually a message this time. No, that's wrong. That is wrong.
Check it out. BLC Media Player with
Not we're just gonna let it run. So I'm actually not going to wait. I'm just gonna. Yeah, go back on this manually. Okay. Back now to the micro. So I was talking about the RAM. Yes, the RAM upgrade I want to give it. Give one of them a RAM upgrade. And I don't know if the school would be fine with salvaging two 16 gigabyte sticks out of the new ones so I can make my micro powerful. But maybe I'll see what they think if that would be a good option or not. Maybe I could take home an X-ray and i5 processor. Maybe see if I can throw it into the XPS and so it would be compatible with Windows 11. So, 'cause I mean, it is an old machine, but it could be powerful enough. So maybe I could salvage the processor, but I don't know how. I'll have to look at the service manual for it and see how much. Yeah, see how much farther it can go. See if it'll let me do 8th generation. And if so, then I can upgrade it to Windows 11. Although I don't know for sure, but we'll look in a moment. So yeah, that's what I'm hoping for with the micro. So yes, that is what I am hoping for with that micro. Hoping I can upgrade the RAM to 16 gigabytes. And also furthermore, well, since we'll have that adapter, we'll need that adapter so we can run our stream. So we should at least have that problem solved. But there's a few more things I need to look up. I still need to see if I can connect my desktop PC to a capture card, so that way I think I've seen Julia do that, but she didn't go too much detail into it. But that's all right. So the plan is, like I said, is I'm gonna upgrade the RAM. And instead of it, double it to 16 gigabytes. That is if it all goes to plan. If it doesn't, I'll spend some of my money out of pocket and pay for the upgrades. I'm also looking to upgrade the RAM in the small form factor PC as well, to possibly make this PC a little more powerful. So I would have two 16 gigabyte machines. So then my Optiplex small form factor would have better processing. So that's one thing. Now, if any of those micros also have M.2 SSDs inside of them, I have not looked at the things yet, but if there are M.2 SSDs inside of those, I'll salvage one of them and throw it into the micro small form factor, which would then mean I would need to reinstall Windows again. But in addition to that, I'll also be salvaging the hard drive from the other micro and the Wi-Fi card from the other micro, so I can throw it into the Optiplex 3060 small form factor PC. So I'm looking to do these upgrades on a Friday of this week. That's what I'm looking to get to. So my plan is for this week is Tuesday, do a chapter, and then there is a all right. So the plan is for Tuesday there's a chapter and a quiz I have planned for that day. So I'll probably just do a chapter, maybe go through some of the material again for that quiz. And then Thursday I'll do 3 chapters of chapter 16. And then I'll move section 17.2 to Friday. After that, I will then do the upgrades to the small form factor, and I will also do the upgrade. I will then perform the preparation for the micro, and then I'll work on the study plan on Sunday. That Monday, I'm supposed to have one more day of work done, and then there's the module test that day. I heard my father could pull me both out of Downers Grove and off our supposed weekly test show on the 23rd, in preparation for the last test on the 24th. And then comes our trip. Then for a few more weeks, then it's finally the summer I was supposed to have. So then I can finally enjoy the summer that I wanted to enjoy for a good while. So basically, yeah. So basically, that's basically the plan with the micro and the potential improvements to the small form factor PC. But I am getting ready in case these do not go as planned. If these things do not go as planned. So now, I'm going to show you what I was talking about here. I'm going to compare between the two. Oh, we didn't predict this. Please check your network connectivity. That's a new message. I guess that's what it does when you take your computer offline, when it goes offline. Alright, but we're not doing this PC twice. We want the Dell Optiplex. No, not the Cisco. We want the Optiplex. $30, close enough, 60 micro. Yes, that's what I want. 3060 micro. Do not show it for this PC, only show it for that model. Here we go. Manuals and documentation. And then on this side, we'll switch it to the small form factor model. Small form factor. I'm going to hit search before it... system guide. This should be it. Maybe we have to identify the product. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, I think identifying the products would be the best thing to do. So desktops and all-in-ones, Optiplex, small form factor, 3060, and that is the model that I have. So driver pack release schedule. This is different. So it looks like these are driver release schedules for each of the versions of Windows and each model. So this is quite interesting. I can get a good look as to when driver packs are released, so that way then I can keep in touch. So this one doesn't say about communications. It'd probably fall under communications. So that's the adapter that it has, and then the wireless card, supported operating systems. Although this does say, well, it's only going by the operating systems that it comes with out of the box. It doesn't say about 11 coming with it. It just says Windows 10. And then memory, and then these are the best memory options. And then you type, and then the processor that it handles. The maximum it can go is 32 gigabytes. So 32 would be good enough for that PC. 16 gigabytes would also be good enough for it. Oh, is dinner ready? All right. That was only the appetizer, I guess. Now, where was I? Yes, I didn't want the service drive schedule. Recently viewed, and the small form factor is right there. Yep, this should be the one. All right. Now we can look at the service manual for each. Oh wait, this is the setup. Wait, no, this is the setup guide. We want the service manual. Yes. Removing and installing components. Expansion cards, screw size list, speaker system board, SSD. This is processor. Memory module, intrusion switch, coin cell battery, side cover. Expansion card. Guess that's for adding more ports to the PC. Hard drive assembly, bezel. This doesn't say anything about a. This doesn't say about. Oh, here's how to remove the built-in. The built-in. The built-in speaker on the PC. So this doesn't say anything about wireless card officially on Dell's site, but we can go to removing the WLAN card. And then this goes through how we remove it and everything like that. So that's going to be the only thing I'll salvage from the other micro. We just need the flash flood warning from Binghamton.
To follow us flooded roadways.
I see Drew's watching the end of the White Sox game, and he was on there.
Northwest.
And I just heard that the other part of dinner is ready. All right. So let me go enjoy the main course of dinner, and then we'll talk some more about these two PCs. Alright, back from that. Did I miss anything? No, I did not, it looks like. I did not miss anything. Alright, good. That was a good dinner tonight. Now, anyway, on we go with the other PCs. And this is confusing me already, as this says M.2 on the diagram. Well, this says M.2, and then the diagram is showing NVMe. I guess maybe NVMe doesn't have all this motherboard kind of stuff. That could probably be why, but regardless of that. So I'm doing some more research, seeing what kind of options I'm doing. Uh-oh, is the secondary down? Yeah, this thing hates the bridge. Yeah, this thing hates the bridge connections, so yeah, that thing hates the bridge connections, so that's why we're getting a wireless card so we can improve its capabilities. Or at least I hope we can. That's at least what I'm hoping for. So, now let me reiterate everything I was saying about the micro. There should be 2 micros. Multi-week repairs of the bridge and road. Yeah, they're keeping all the funding from the tolls is what is keeping that thing alive. All right. Child abduction emergency for Idaho. Uh-oh.
Indeed.
All right, let me reiterate the plans again. What I'm hoping for is both of those micros to have 8 gigabytes of one 8 gigabyte stick of RAM in each of the 2 PCs. So I could take 8 gigabyte stick out of one and throw it into the other. Yes, I could take it in and put it in the other one. But the worst case scenario is both have 2 4 gigabyte sticks of memory, which is not what I want. Yeah, which is not what I want. So what I want is 2 4 gigabyte sticks of RAM. But here's what I was also thinking. So here's what else I was thinking. So I was thinking about the RAM, and then if it doesn't go to plan, then I'll probably just dump my money on RAM upgrades for both the micro and the Optiplex small form factor, because I'm looking to make it 16 gigabytes as well. Make both PCs 16 gigabytes, so that way then I can run more stuff. I'll see if Best Buy has those kits, but I don't know if they do. We'll think about it. So, maybe I could also upgrade the RAM of my main system and make it 32 gigabytes of RAM as opposed to 16.
in the desert. VLC media player window.
And of course, the most important thing is with the RAM, the sizes have to match. So there has to be two 8 gigabytes to make a full 16. Now, again, if it doesn't go to plan, then maybe I'll see if Mike can maybe buy me some of that RAM, to potentially go in those two PCs, or maybe I can take some of my money out and buy those myself. So those are possible. Those are alternate plans, scenarios, if two 4 gigabyte sticks exist in those PCs, other than one 8 gigabyte stick. But regardless of how this goes, one of them is going to be sent for recycling. The other is coming home with me. The other micro is coming home with me. So yeah, one micro is staying behind to be recycled, and the other is coming home with me. That's the goal. That is the ultimate goal. But regardless, from one of the micros, I plan to also salvage the hard drive, the Wi-Fi card, and the processor. Yes, as weird as it may sound, I'm also looking to salvage the processor out of it. Now, why is that? Because, as many of you know, the Dell XPS 9343 that I've had for about a year now, yeah, we're coming up on a year already, my goodness. It's been a year since I've had it. Now, I really would like to keep it going with Windows 11, but the PC meets almost all of its requirements except for the fact that the processor inside of it is only a 5th generation Intel. So I can't really upgrade it. I don't know if I believe the only thing I can do is upgrade it to a 5th generation i7 and that's it. I can't really go any further. I don't think I can do a 6th generation, 7th generation, or even an 8th generation. Because there seems to be some sort of protection mechanism inside of these pre-built computer BIOS chips. There seems to be some sort of restrictions in place. Now, I also would like to take home the 8th generation Intel chip too. Because, well, actually I was just thinking, if I take the processor home, then I would need to put on thermal paste, which is definitely would not. So I guess that would not be a good option. So I'll probably just let that processor go to waste too. But it's okay. But it's all right. So I'm not gonna put the XPS's BIOS configuration on the line just to try to see if I can get it to go to Windows 11. Because Windows 10, as you all know, is still supported for a few more months. Because then after those few months, the security updates will stop coming down free out of the box. So then, but good thing Microsoft is offering free options for it, so I'm going to take advantage of those free options while I can, because who knows if Microsoft is going to do this again when Windows 11 reaches end of support, which is like in another 6 years. We'll have to see what happens, but this, for now, might be the only opportunity I get. So, what I'm looking to do is enroll the Dell XPS into the free extended update program, so then I can keep it going for one more year. So I can keep it going for another year while I decide its future. So yeah, while I decide its permanent future. Right now, the plan is either to put a Linux distro on it and keep it in my possession, or send it back to the school and have it be recycled. because my mission is to get as many of these PCs off of Windows 10 as much as I can, and get them onto a supported operating system like Windows 11. That's of course the most important thing. Windows 11. It has to meet the minimum system requirements for 11, being 8th generation or higher, and more than 4 gigabytes of RAM. But I prefer double-digit RAM, 12 gigabytes or more is what I prefer. But 8 gigabytes is also doable, but not the best. But then I was also thinking about the M.2 SSD. If there is one like that in the micro, I'll take that out of one of them. I'll salvage that drive too. That is if there is one. But if there's not, then that's okay, because then I'll be salvaging the SATA SSD. I'll be salvaging the SATA SSD that's in there anyway. Because I know my school has a lot of these cheap copycat, what is this brand? Inland Professional. It's a new name of a company. This is a 2.5 inch. Was this the kind of drive I tried to put into the other one? I think so. These ones are 2.5. So, if the M.2 drive goes to, now if there is an M.2 SSD, what I'm looking to do is take the 2 terabyte Seagate Barracuda hard drive that came with my Dell Inspiron 5700 laptop, wipe its installation of Windows 10, wipe its installation, and then it will become a data drive. So it will not store any of the Windows files. But before I can do that, I can still salvage its data. All the data that's still on it, even though we're not booted into the operating system. So I can still take all the data off that drive. I mean, all those videos that I've had on there for a long time, I can take those videos off the drive before I get it ready for its new purpose. This is if it goes to plan. Because the M.2 SSD will serve as the boot drive for Windows, and then the data will be stored on that hard drive. But of course, as many of you all know, the reruns folder is usually where I store all my stuff that I air on the network. And if we pull up its size, 954 gigabytes. That might be more than enough to fit on that 1 terabyte drive, but we have a problem. The drive only shows 929 gigabytes instead of 1 terabyte. Now that's actually because Windows stores its recovery files on the same drive where it's installed. So it stores the recovery files, where if the system fails to boot or anything like that, then Windows will use those recovery files to load the recovery environment, so that I can go through the process of, trying repair methods like safe mode and things like that. And I mean, Microsoft's made this a lot harder in recent years to, even access things like safe mode. So in order to access safe mode now, you kind of have to force power off like 3 times to force it into automatic repair during boot. But if you want to get to safe mode, you have to hold down Shift while clicking Restart, because then from there, you could reboot the PC into safe mode. I mean, I liked the old day, while it's booting up, you could just keep on pressing F8 and you could get all the boot options right then and there, and then you could just use the arrow keys and then hit enter on safe mode. That was much faster when it came to system troubleshooting. super dollar sign. Dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign.
Take me away from the DLC media player.
Dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign. I love that. Anyway, so yeah, that's what I'm looking to do. And in the long run, the Optiplex Micro is going to replace the Inspiron 5520 as an away, like a away from home PC. Because I've explained how much trouble it's been handling WPLD when we're away from home. Now it's because the Inspiron 5520's maximum RAM can only go up to 8 gigabytes. It has the maximum amount of RAM that it can handle. It is running Windows 11 on unsupported hardware, and the Linux script, of course, cannot handle it. Because a lot of times, the script would either terminate itself, or Windows would just terminate the script, or Windows would just terminate the Linux terminal that's used to, the Linux terminal that literally runs the script. That literally runs the script. So, but then in addition to that, the HP PC, which I used to run the info center while we're away, that has been causing us some problems as well. No, it's not with the memory. It's not with that. It's been doing it pretty well. But this time, it's related to the battery. Like most modern PCs or laptops, the HP laptop does not have a removable battery. So that means I can't remove the battery and plug it in and just have it run on, AC power all the time. And I don't want to leave it plugged in all the time either, because that would degrade the battery's lifespan. So the best option, and then every time I leave the PC, I keep forgetting to check, and then when I end up checking, I find the PC to be off, because I usually have it set to stay on all the time and not go to sleep or anything, because I don't want any streams being interrupted. So that's the whole reason why I have it set up like that. So this Optiplex Micro upgrade is hopefully going to address all these problems, but there is another further problem that we need addressed. It's not related to any of the it's mostly related to the peripherals, but somehow peripherals. First off, monitor connectivity, and the ability to do my weather radio station while we're away. Because I want it to be capable of doing WPLD, the info center, and NOAA weather radio together. Is that even right? Roanoke. Okay, that matches. So, here are a few possibilities I'm thinking with this PC. The first is I could take the VGA cable out of my Nana's old desktop PC and use that monitor for the Optiplex Micro to potentially give the HP monitor somehow a new lease of life. Because, of course, that desktop machine is barely ever used anymore. Because, of course, XP has been long out of support, it's not getting any more updates, and, of course, even trying to connect it to the internet once is dangerous. So, we'll probably do it with the monitor the same way we do it here. Here at home, we'll do it the same way. I'll swap out the VGA cable from the Optiplex Micro and plug it into the HP desktop when we are ready to start Backyard Baseball when we do it in the Lawn of Oaks. We'll do it like that. And then after the game, when we're done with that PC, of course, we'll shut it off, and then we'll plug that cable back into the micro. And we'll plug that cable back into the micro. And of course, I'll do the same thing before we head home. I'll switch the monitor back to the HP desktop. Just power on one more time, just to make sure that it functions. Or another possibility would be to swap out the HDMI cable from the Comcast cable box in the living room and put it into the Optiplex Micro instead, and switch it between the two interchangeably. That could sound good, right? Maybe. We'll have to see, because I'll have to see if there's enough power outlets there. Because the small form factor would only need one, because we don't need another outlet for another monitor or a speaker. Because that small form factor PC actually has a speaker built in. That micro and the small form factor both have speakers built in, so that's what makes these different from all my other PCs that I've got, which is pretty nice. So then, after I get it, I'm going to deal with the math class first, like I've said. Take care of the final few chapters. And take care of the last few lessons of the class. Then when that's all done, then I'll get to work getting the micro set up. Well, there's an upgrade, and give the upgrades to the small form factor. But of course I want to do it via the capture card, so I want to see how I can actually do it. As I can't just plug the HDMI cable directly into it, which is a problem. Otherwise I'll have to do the old point and shoot method again. Interesting what Barney the Cockatoo's doing tonight, so. Did it already get expanded to Wyoming? Did it just get expanded to Wyoming? Well, that didn't last long.
Chores. BLC Media Player window.
So yeah, that's the plan with those computers. And what is that? I wonder what that is he's watching right now. Is he watching the highlights from today's White Sox game? Culver's. Oh, he's rewatching the whole game from the TV side of things. Did I just see the CHSN logo? It is. So it looks like Comcast had finally struck a deal, and now we have sports. We have sports again on TV, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? Yeah, that's yep, Idaho Falls. I just heard Idaho Falls, so it is an expansion.
So my year this year, I know a lot of people say about it, whatever. It's fine for here. You gotta make sure it's out good. That's it again. Call it the second all that. You're watching CHSN. This is Chicago Sports Network. This afternoon brought to you by St. Xavier University. The choice of iconic looks here at Park Road Bridge, the new city connects. You can mix and match. It's actually warmed up in. It's very good. And it's that tough. That watch up. You can get ahead of hitters. They're taking the first ball. And a lot of hitters will if they see it spin at all. That's the real advantage of pulling a cutter on the first man. He has got that head. 11 of 14 batters faced after that first pitch strike.
In my neighborhood, BLC Media Player window.
And he only hit to Rufio on a buck. 1-1, Santana strikes it well. Slater comes in to play it. And there's one away. Austin Slater has made the impact of the White Sox. Hit a home run today. Sox. This has been a very crisp game so far. The defense has been good on both sides. And just a run.
So it's just as simple as plugging a monitor into the HDMI out jack. Simple as that. Okay, now I understand what to do with that. All right. So that's addressed when I record the footage for the next part of the nostalgia finale. 2-0-0. I might want to mute the audio. So I'm sure Drew is trying to see if he can if he can see if the TV cameras caught him. Let's see if they did. But this doesn't say anything about networking. What's under system? Oh, system board. That's the entire motherboard. Yeah, that's what he's looking for. He's trying to see if he made it on if he made it on TV. That's what he's trying to see. Anyway, let's see. Where was it? That's removing and installing components. I think this is different than what's on the. I think this is different than what was. Oh no, it's under removing and installing components. Recommended tools, tool size. I almost said the wrong thing. But yeah, there's the layout of the entire motherboard of the two devices. You can see how completely different they are. So 10 is the wireless card, and then up here would be the M.2. This is, I believe this is for the smaller one. So it does not look like in this particular micro. So it looks like for sure there is going to be an M.2 SSD inside of it. So that is then the game plan. I will take the M.2 SSD out of one of those micros, throw it into the Optiplex small form factor. But what would that mean then is I would have to reinstall Windows. I would have to reinstall Windows at that point onto that M.2 SSD. Now, unfortunately for the micro, there is no capability to do like additional storage. There's no option for that. So, I was thinking, like I said, I'll just have that as a secondary PC. So, what I'll do then is I will take the M.2 SSD out of the micro, put it into the Optiplex, wipe that hard drive, and then I'll just wipe that hard drive completely, and then reinstall Windows with the Dell tool, but I would have to go through 2 PCs in order to do so. First, I'll create the recovery media for the small form factor and do the whole process again. And then the second time around, I'll do it for the micro. I'll do it for the micro the second time around. But actually, I will do the micro first. I'm going to actually do the micro first. But then I'll need to make sure that the M.2 SSD is being properly detected. But furthermore, I'll need to make sure that it has enough space, to even do anything. I mean, I have not checked the storage capacity of each of those drives, but I'm going to assume they're either 128, 256, or 512 gigabytes. But either way, I'm not going to need that much storage, because I just need enough to store all the Windows files, and then use a 1 terabyte expansion. So that 1 terabyte SSD that's in there will serve as an expansion. Or I can maybe swap that out and put that 2 terabyte micro hard disk drive in there and put that mechanical hard drive in there instead. Yeah, maybe I can do that one instead. Put that 5400 RPM hard drive in there instead, and would give me more storage. So I think that would be the best option. Try it with 8 gigabytes first, and if it doesn't go to plan, then I'll work something else out. But yeah, I'll work something else out in that case. So now we know for sure how this is going to play out. So, I'll salvage the M.2 SSD out of one of the micros, throw it into the small form factor. I'll take the wireless card out of out of that same micro and throw it into the small form factor. I will also salvage the RAM. I'll take one RAM stick out and throw it into the other one. Or maybe I could just dump all my money and get more RAM for both PCs, particularly 16 gigabytes, which is what I want. I want 16 gigabytes of hard drive space. No, not hard drive space, RAM. If it's 128, that's fine, because I just need enough to store just the basics, because I'm not going to use it as, like a big PC or things like that. I'll probably just use it to run a few scripts and whatnot, and that's it. If it's 256, that's okay too. But I won't run too many virtual machines on there. I'm not going to run too many virtual machines on there either. But of course, I'll work out the plans, as I learn further. So, I'll salvage the wireless card, the M.2 SSD, which will go into the small form factor. Which, like I was saying, the M.2 SSD is where I'll store the Windows files, and then that 1 terabyte SSD is where I'm going to store all the data. Now, what I'm going to do is, before I do that, I'm going to get rid of that Windows installation on that hard drive. Get rid of the Windows install on that hard drive so then I can throw it onto the M.2 SSD. So then I can throw it onto that M.2 SSD. That will then belong to the form factor PC. And just like I did with so essentially I get another chance to do the small form factor. So I get another chance. So what I'll do is I'll do the same thing like I did. I'll rewrite the Windows 10 USB for the micro recovery files first. Yeah, I'll do the micro recovery files first. And I believe this Windows 11 USB is supposed to be 24H2. But I may want to rewrite it again just to be sure. So I'll change out the Windows 10 USB with the Dell files for the small form factor for the micro. I'll do that first. And then after it's done with the USB and finishing up, I'll then write the files for the small form factor, and then I'll get that restored. I'll get it restored once again. So, that is the plan now for these PCs. Now that we're learning more about them. So, but if a hard drive caddy ends up inside of the micro in question, then well, we'll go from there. But here's the good thing about this, the small form factor in particular, because like I was saying, I can put the M.2 SSD in there and it'll store all the files for Windows, for the operating system. And the 1 terabyte SSD that's inside of there, that can store all the data files. That can store all the data files for whatever I'm going to do with it. So yeah, that would store all the data files. So here's the good thing. If Windows ends up failing to boot, or ends up being corrupted in some sort of way, I can reinstall the operating system without losing my stuff, which is really good. Yeah, which is really, really good. It's really good that I can set it up like that. So then all I'll just need to do is reinstall the entire operating system and all the programs, and then all my data will still be there, and then all I just need to do is just port them over, put them in the correct spots, and that's it. Simple as that. What about the micro, though? That doesn't have an expansion, doesn't it? Well, it doesn't. You'd be right. It does not. So, what am I going to do instead? Well, this 2 terabyte, maybe give that 2 terabyte hard drive another use, because it's been sitting connected to that PC unused forever, to my old PC. So I'm probably just gonna take that drive and use it as an expansion for the micro. So that's what I'm looking to do with it. So anyway, that is the plan for each of those PCs. What is this? Oh my gosh. That is crazy. Well, I don't want to show. Yeah, I don't want to show too much of the game though. But so anyway, that is the plan. So now that I've gotten a further look at the, each of the PCs. M.2 SSD and Optiplex SFF upgrade RAM in Optiplex Micro. So we'll see if it works. I'm hoping this will work. As I know it's going to be kind of silly to do the whole reset and restore again, but I want to do it, with the new hardware and give it, sort of a permanent configuration. And also to make the PC as reliable as possible, which is also my main goal. So, with that said, that is about everything that I wanted to talk about with those PCs. But before we get started with Deal or No Deal, we're gonna play a little more. We're gonna play some more Deal or No Deal arcade. I think Google Maps got screwed up after going offline earlier. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, here was the Twin Falls area. That was one of the very few areas I brought up for the coming trip.
It's perfect.
So yeah, that's the. Yes, So yeah, I don't wanna show it, even though it's in that tiny little box. Still don't want to show it. But yeah, this is the biggest thing to be concerned about. If the falls is that intense, then of course swimming would not be advised. So yeah, he's rewatching the whole game from the TV side. But now my mother was just talking about indoor mini golf places that we could check out in Seattle. So let's look around the Seattle area. So here's an interesting one. So this one's actually a bar themed course, which is pretty cool. And this looks like the Seahawks Stadium. That's the Mariners Stadium. Some barrels and other things like that. Ooh, even ooh, most of them even stand up too, which is pretty neat. So this is pretty cool. And then at the end, there's like a rendition of the Space Needle. So let's look around. Well, this is a bar, so the mini golf would be down here. And I'll keep this aside in case that warning for Essex, New York goes through. But this would be the first hole, and then there'd be hole 2, hole 3, hole 4. This is a pretty neat looking course. And then here's like the last one with a nice decoration of the Space Needle. And then here is Tukwila Fun Center and Bullwinkles. Now let's see if we can. Because I think we looked at this place. Because I think we looked at this place on that Wednesday, if I remember. Yeah, we were looking around this place. So there's the snack bar. And it looks like there's the second floor, which is laser tag, and then the first floor are all the arcade and redemption games. Here's the Pac-Man. There's the Pac-Man game there. How far can we go? Oh wow, we can actually go all the way around the place. So we can just take a good look around. But this is September 2019, so things might have a lot of things may have changed since these pictures were taken. Like for instance, the Fireball Fury game that may have been replaced. The Big Bass Wheel and the sequel predecessor Monster Ticket Monster. It's called. And here's Ice's new Whack a Clown game. There's like an aerial view of it. But this one actually has bowling too, which is pretty neat. And then here is Monster Mini Golf. It kind of looks like there's like a chain of these or something. And then here's the little arcade they've got. Oh, this one. Oh, this one's pretty good. These are Price's Right showcases. These are Price's Right showcases. I'll have to send him that screenshot. I'll keep this up. Oh yeah, and here's the wheel that you could spin too. And then this is the start of the course. Here's the arcade. Oh no. We can't get a 360 view inside the place. That's unfortunate. Oh well. There's a Kirtland. So it looks like Fat Stick Pub is like a local chain. Here's 5 Iron Golf. I don't think this is mini golf. I think this is just like golf simulators and things like that. Yep, as I expected. Golf simulators. Yeah, it's just a bunch of golf simulators. These are just standard golfs. Here's High Trek Miniature Golf. This one's actually an outdoor one. Yeah, but not sure how exciting, the actual course look because it kind of looks like it's just been. It kind of just looks plain. I guess plain in some sort of way. As I mean, look at that. You got all those barriers and everything. You just got a bunch of dirt and sand and maybe, or is that pebbles? Yeah, it's rocks. Yeah, I think most of these have rocks. Some of these have wood chips. I don't know, but I think the material might have changed from time to time. Although I don't really know for sure exactly what the extent of each of these are. But yeah, that's definitely wood chips. So, but yeah, there's not too much exciting features like water fountains and lakes and things like that. Here's Parkland putters. This one seems to be a little more interesting, as this one's actually on a hill, and there actually is a lake, as you can tell, but it doesn't look like it's filled up. Well, actually, there is, because that is a fountain over there, so. Alright, that's done. Looks like everything finished. I'm being tortured by Kendrick Lamar. Good thing I don't. Well, good thing I find this kind of music better than the radio. Get a coffee. You'll be late anyways. I like this label. Alright. Let's go and get the Deal or No Deal game fired up. Then we can start playing it. I don't care about updates, just start the game. Oh, there are no updates. Parkland Putters. First place. $1 off the game price. Cool. So yeah, it looks like there's a combination of lakes and stuff in this. Last place. So it looks like here you're given like ribbons or how you performed in the game. That's what last place is like. Here it was from April. Why is there a cat? Here's like a look at the whole course. Alright, what other options have we got? Putting zoo. It's just a zoo themed course. Back Nine Parlor. What's this place about? Looks like it's just this one's also golf simulators. This one's just called mini golf. This one's actually more detailed. Cape Disappointment. Kent Valley. What's this about? Ice Center. And there's Mount Rainier, I believe. That is. Alright. Let's get this thing rolling. Alright, let's start. You bet I'm ready to play. Case number 6. We all have the big money. Let's find out. Left arrow. Find another one of those little mouse. Oh yeah, we're doing really good. 32 tickets. Heck no. Ah, my lucky number got me. Both placed next to each other. Oh my gosh. No. Open 2 cases. Yeah. Down arrow and comma. Now, let's open your case. Wow, what a great game.
Dollar sign, 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 percent techno, percent sign, percent sign, percent sign, percent sign, percent OBS 31. Techno button open, closing parenthesis, opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis. Number sign, opening parenthesis, 0, 0, 0, enter. Question
Are
mark.
you ready to play?
OBS
Deal or no
31.1
deal?
volume slider for
Question
exiting
mark.
narrator.
Question mark. Love to call a question mark.
Choose your case. This will be your personal case.
This will be our personal case.
You chose
Carrot.
case number 14.
You chose carrot.
Now open 5 cases. 6. Let's see some low values.
Now let me get my station on again.
3.
Just terrible.
5. That's
There we
good.
go. Let's find another
13.
one. Is this the opposite
15.
of that last game?
There's the banker. Hello. All right. Here is the offer.
Here is the offer.
Deal or no deal?
Dollar sign.
No deal.
No deal.
Now, open
Now,
4 cases.
4 cases.
8.
We will do just that. And terrible.
9. We want low value. You're doing great.
Hey, there we go.
10.
We're all 10.
Yes.
Okay, 16. Can we find another
2.
low one? Ouch. 100 gone now.
That's the banker.
What does the
Hello?
banker have to say?
I'll tell him. Here is the offer. Deal
51.
or no deal?
One more.
No deal. Now, open 3 cases.
Alright,
12.
12.
That's
Six.
good.
Oh, that's
16. Let's see some low values.
Oh.
That's good. Keep it low.
Looking good.
4.
4. Open 4. 8.
That's good.
Nice.
Keep it low.
And even better, we still have the top
There's
2
the
amounts
banker.
on the board.
Hello.
The 200 and 400.
I'll tell him. Here
And
is
we
the
keep
offer.
them on the board.
Deal
71.
or no deal?
I say deal!
No deal. Now,
Now,
open 2
open
cases.
2 cases.
1. That's a
There's the
good
10. Alright, 7.
one. 7.
Good.
We want low value. Great choice.
Ooh, between 40 and 400. I could have
That's
it.
the banker. Hello.
I have
All
a
right.
feeling it's going to be an 11.
Here is the offer. Deal
220.
or no deal? No deal. Now, let's open your case.
Do I have 400? I do. I do.
You win! Wow, what a great game.
Yes, a great game indeed. My lucky number had 40. Oh man.
Game over.
What a game. Ah, finally crashed. I was about to reset it anyway. Well, I was about to reset it. As I thought I'd just let it play the Flood of Realm like 2 or 3 times. Oh well, I enjoyed it while it lasted. I'll wait for it to reset. Should I send the lead line all those dollar signs? That sounds like fun. I guess. Alright. We're gonna play for 400 as the top amount now. Don't tell me that's WMAL testing on a Sunday. Oh no, it isn't. Alright, now we're gonna play for 400 and 800. Yeah, maybe this is what I should put it up against later. Can't wait to see how that goes tonight.
Are you ready to play Deal or No Deal?
Oh yes, I'm ready to play it again. I'm not ready to follow cases. It's only a stroke of luck.
Choose your case. This will be your personal case.
Alright. Let's see if 7 will.
You chose case number 7.
Oh.
Now open 5 cases.
But 200 will be the default that we do for the series. But maybe we can switch it to 400 from time to time. Anyway, we will start with nice. Squeezed on.
14.
14.
You're doing
7.
great.
About 10.
That's good.
6.
Keep it low.
That off the board.
5.
5.
Yes.
2. Nice. That's gone. About 8. Oh, here's a big one. Hey, otherwise a good first round.
There's the banker. Hello.
What does the banker have to say?
Here is the offer. Deal
67.
or no deal? No deal. Now open 4 cases.
Still gonna keep that on standby. Okay,
2.
200. Better steer away from those. There we go. Yeah, because I still got the big one on the board.
6. Let's see some low values.
100. Alright, 16.
16. We want low value.
15. Oh my gosh.
That's the banker. Hello. I'll tell him. Here is the offer. Deal or no deal?
Oh, 52. No.
No deal.
No deal.
Now open 3 cases.
Maybe we could do some games of this at Dave and Buster's, you know, sort of like a preview of this new series.
1. You're doing great.
What a coincidence. It had the 1 ticket in there.
4.
Right,
Let's
4.
see some low value.
Is that 4? At 20.
15.
10.
That's good.
Still have the big jackpot on the board.
There's the banker. Hello. All right. Here is the offer. Deal or no deal?
Right, should be correct.
No deal. Now, open 2 cases. 9. We want low value. That's a good
Nice.
one.
Got the 4. Can we find the 8?
That's good. Keep
Oh,
it
it's
low.
between that and 400.
That's the banker. Hello. I'll tell him. Here is the offer. Deal or no deal?
I say deal!
No deal. Now, let's open your case.
Oh my god, I won it again.
You win! Wow, what a great game.
Won the bonus again. Talk about double.
Game over.
Wow. Won the bonus twice. Twice in a row, back to back. And I believe we can go ahead and ring up credits while it's on this screen, so. So that was $1. Alright, so that's another $2 in there. So when it says it's ready, we'll start Double Deal and we'll play for 800 now. And then when we play all these Deal or No Deal arcade things, we'll mess around with that. We'll mess around with that song.
Are you ready to play Deal or No Deal?
And it should probably include all this other stuff too. So there's the Shake Shack we were looking at earlier. Here's when we were looking at that swimming pool. There's the sign that says "Get a coffee, you'll be late anyways." Oh, that's good.
Choose your case.
Ooh, oh,
This will be your personal case.
that's fun to watch. No. Okay. All right, let's.
You chose case number
Let's try
14.
14 again. That has the big money. I don't think it's going to have it for a third time, but let's find out.
Now open 5 cases.
All right.
3.
Let's start with 3 again.
8.
Right.
Let's see
8.
some low values. That's a good
Okay,
one.
12. Let's find another
10.
one like that.
We want low values.
30. How about 7?
7. You're doing
6.
great.
Alright. Can we find another one of those
13.
low ones?
That's
Yes,
good.
14.
There's the banker. Hello?
Alright, what does
I'll
the
tell
banker
him.
have to
Here's
say?
the offer. Deal
126.
no deal.
Nope.
Now open 4 cases.
Alright, number
2.
2. Ooh, there goes 40. About
15.
15. Ah, that had the big one. It was right next door.
6.
Alright, 6.
You're doing great.
There is the 2.
12.
About 12.
You're doing
Yes,
great.
8.
That's the banker.
This is looking
Hello?
good.
All right.
Otherwise.
Here is the offer. Deal
83.
or no deal.
Do we chance it? Yeah, let's
No
chance it.
deal.
No deal.
Now open 3 cases.
Alright,
5.
number 5.
Great choice.
Nice. Got the 4 off the board. 11.
Let's see some low values. You're doing
20.
great.
Yeah, we're doing great indeed. Number 4.
We want
Close the
low
round.
values.
Ooh, 200. Still
There's
go for
the banker.
400 though.
Hello.
What
I'll
does
tell
the
him.
banker have to say
Here's
now?
the offer. Deal or no deal.
No.
No deal. Now open 2 cases.
Yeah, last round.
16. Let's see some low values.
Has 400. Now we'll find the 150. Oh my goodness.
That's the banker.
So it's down to
Hello.
10 and 16 now.
Here is the offer.
The final offer.
Deal
13.
or no deal.
Of course 13. Right in the center.
No deal.
I already said no.
Now let's
Young
open
man,
your
I already
case.
said no. That's 16.
You win. Game over.
Alright, now let's try 500 and... So now we're going to try 500 and 1,000. So we're going to switch that to 500 and change this out to 1,000. Alright, and then we'll ring up a... Then we'll ring up... I'll actually just bring up $3 so we can start the double deal straight away. And I'll ring up the maximum too when we do the series. So anyway, let's play regular deal first.
Are you ready to play Deal or No Deal?
There's the 500 right there.
Choose your case. This will be your personal case.
Let's
You chose
give my
case
lucky
number
number
11.
a chance. Come on, number 11. Be lucky this time.
Now open 5 cases.
Well, I hope so. Alright, how about we start with Brandon's
9.
favorite driver?
You want low values.
50 gone right away.
7.
7. 10. 3. Oh, ouch. 15. There's the 4. Can we find another low one? 5.
Let's see some low value. That's
yes,
good.
6.
Keep it low. There's the banker. Hello?
Alright,
I'll
what's the
tell him.
banker have to say?
Here is the offer. Deal
80.
or no deal? No
No.
deal. Now, open 4 cases.
Right. Let's
14.
see, 14. That's 20. 6.
We want low value.
75.
10.
10.
Great
2
choice.
tickets gone off the board. Let's find that 1 now.
Let's see some low value.
250.
That's the banker. Hello. I'll tell him. Here is the offer. Deal
67.
or no deal? No deal.
No.
Now, open 3 cases. 1.
Alright, let's do 1. There goes 8. 12.
That's a good
5. And what about 13?
13. There's the banker. Hello? All right. Here is the offer. Deal or no deal?
Take the deal.
No deal.
And it just locked up. Great. Or did it? There we go.
Now, open 2
open
cases.
2 cases. And that 500 is still on
2.
the board. Now it's not. No.
8. You're doing great.
That's what we wanted to see, the 1.
That's the banker.
Great,
Hello.
maybe this series will get its own tradition. I'll just share
Here
the 1
is the
little
offer.
ticket instead of 1 pesky
Deal
penny.
or no deal?
5 tickets.
No
No
deal.
deal. No deal.
Now,
Now,
let's open your
let's
case.
open your case. It's
You win! Game over.
And like I said, I
Are
run
you
another $2,
ready to
so let's
play?
play.
Deal or no deal?
So we're gonna use it. Alright, this man could be worth as much as $20,000.
Choose your case. This will be your personal case.
Okay.
You
Let's
chose
see,
case number 6. Now open 5 cases.
Okay, let's
14.
try 14 first. 200 right out of the gate.
2. We want low value. That's
6.
good. 8.
Okay,
Let's
8.
see some low value. Great
14.
choice. 16.
About
We
16.
want low value. That's good. Keep it low.
Alright, 5. 1,000.
There's the banker. Hello. I'll tell him. Here is the offer. Deal or no deal?
96.
No deal. Now open 4 cases.
4.
That's good.
13.
13.
Okay, 12. 300. I saw the 1,000 go off the board too.
7. Let's see some low values. You're doing great. That's the banker. Hello? All right. Here is the offer. Deal or no deal? No deal. Now open 3 cases.
It's a 10.
We want low values. 15.
20. Lucky number.
11. Let's see some low values.
Nice.
That's good. There's the banker. Hello. Hello. I'll tell him. Here is the offer. Deal or no deal? No deal. Now, open 2 cases. 1. Great choice.
2. And
9. We want low values. That's good. That's the banker. Hello. All right. Here is the offer. Deal or no deal?
The only job this game has
No
is
deal.
to show me 500.
Now, let's open your case. You win! Wow, what a great game. Game over.
Like how we actually put the custom sounds in there. There's no need for a startup sound that good. This is what if it actually officially used these sounds, but it'd be amazing to set it up like that. All right, it's ready for us. We're gonna play the 1,000 and 2,000 mode now, and then after we play that, then we will, or maybe we can play the. We can just play with the song. So. And I'll ring up another $3 for the 100 mode too. Alright, first, regular deal for 1,000.
Are you ready to play Deal or No Deal? Choose your case. This will be your personal case. You chose case number 9. Now open 5 cases. 1.
Alright, let's do 1 first.
Yes.
There's the 5. Let's find another low
14.
one.
That's a
6.
good one. 16. Let's see some low values. That's good.
8.
3.
About 3.
That's a good one.
11.
We want low values.
Yes. 3.
There's the banker. Hello. All right. Here is the offer. Deal or no deal?
126.
No deal. Now, open 4 cases.
Okay, let's do
15.
15.
Six. Let's see some low values.
There's the 1,000. About
12.
100.
4. We want low values. That's the banker. Hello. I'll tell him. Here is the offer. Deal or no deal? No deal. Now open 3 cases.
Yeah, about 2.
Let's see some low values. That's
There's
good.
the 4.
13. That's good.
Nice. Got the 1 off. About 8.
8.
I was gonna let the music fade out all the way.
There's the banker. Hello. All right. Here is the offer. Deal or no deal?
No free
No
throw.
deal. Now, open 2 cases.
2 cases.
5. We want low value. Great choice.
And 10.
10. Let's see some low values.
Oh, 75.
That's the banker. Hello? All right. Here is the offer. Deal or no deal? No deal. Now, let's open your case.
Yeah, help me too.
You win! Game over.
Alright, 2,000
Are
now.
you ready to play Deal or No Deal? Choose your case. This will be your personal case. You chose case
Let's
number
try
10.
10 this time.
Now open 5 cases. 16. We want low value.
500 gone. Right off the bat.
2.
2. 14.
That's
14.
good.
How obvious is that?
7.
7. And that had the big 2,000. And lastly, 15. Wow, what a terrible first round.
There's the banker. Hello. I'll tell him. Here is the offer. Deal or
31.
no?
Fair offer after how terrible that round
No
was.
deal. Now open
Alright.
4 cases.
About
11.
11.
Let's see some low values. That's a
4.
good one.
Alright.
13.
About 13. Ouch, 150.
6.
So
We
what
want
is that,
low
6?
values.
Yikes.
4.
4.
That's good.
We gotta find more of those things on the left side.
That's the banker. Hello.
So bad.
I'll tell him. Here is the offer. Deal or no deal? No deal. Now open 3 cases. 3.
Actually, we're gonna cut this short because the station failed the other
1.
one.
great choice. 12. That's a good one.
Probably something to do with rich connections.
There's the banker. Hello? I'll tell him. Here is the offer. Deal or no deal?
No.
No deal. Now, open 2 cases.
16 and let's do 5.
You're
There's
doing
8.
great. That's the banker. Hello. I'll tell him. Here is the offer. Deal or no deal? No deal. Now, let's open your case.
I had the 100.
You win! Wow, what a great game. Game over.
Let's see if the station will actually relay it all the way. Yeah, like I said, we're cutting it short here. So we need to go back on this again. Unless Comcast related. Oh no, it falls under... Oh no, it's falling under Cox. So I guess I'll just do it through Cox then. Alright. Now let's go and play the 100 mode now. So I'll go and play the 100 mode. And there's 3 credit, the $3 that I still had in there. And this time we're gonna do speed. We're gonna do speed deal. Where we're just gonna play it really fast.
Are you ready to play Deal or No Deal?
Or we could just play it like regular.
Choose your case. This will be your personal case. You chose case number 11. Now open 5 cases.
Alright, now for the speed deal or no deal. Ready?
13, 6. We want a low value. 8. Then let's see some low. That's a good one. Yes. Here's the offer. Deal, no deal. Now open. We want a low value. 10. You're doing great. You're doing great. That's a good one. Here is the offer. Deal, no deal. Now let's see some low value. No. We want low value. Here is the offer. Deal, no deal. Now, open 16. Let's see some low. You're doing great. That's good. That'll work. Here is the offer. Deal, no deal. Now, let's open your case.
Take, girls.
You win! Game over.
I accidentally rung up another 25 cents, so... Ah, dang it. Then fine, let's
Are you ready to play Deal or No Deal? Choose your case. This will be your personal case. You chose case number 6. Now open 5 cases. 16. We want low value. 2. 7. Let's see some low. Yes. 4. That's a good one. 14. There's the banker. Hello? I'll tell him. Here is the offer. Deal?
Alright, let's
no
do
deal?
it sped up.
No deal.
Let's do it again.
Now 15. Open 4 cases. You're doing great. That's good. 10. We want low value. Here is the offer. Deal? No deal. Now open 3 cases. 1. There, no. Here is the offer. Deal? No deal. Now open 2 cases. 12. 9. Let's see some low. That's good. Here is the offer. Deal? No deal. Now let's open your case. You win! Game over.
Alright, let's play one more
Are
round.
you ready to play Deal or No Deal?
And let me get the Audacity document ready.
Choose your case.
Let's
This
just do it
will be your
beside
personal
me. I don't
case.
really know what else I'm gonna
You
do.
chose case number 4.
Alright.
Now open 5 cases. 10. We want low value.
God, hopefully this is correct. I did get it right. Nice.
2.
There's 40.
8. Let's see some low value. That's good. Keep it low. 16. We want low values. Yes.
And now our first
There's
offer.
the banker. Hello. All right. Here is the offer. Deal or no deal?
No way. Wonder if it'll still
Now
recognize
open
it
4
outside.
cases.
Oh, it will, but it'll go by the desktop too, so.
1. Great choice.
See, I can hear it dinging as well as I push the keys.
11. Let's see some low values. That's good. 9. We want low values. That's the banker. Hello. I'll tell him. Here is the offer. Deal or no deal?
I say deal!
No deal. Now open
7.
3.
How about
Let's
7?
see some low values.
Great.
Choice.
Find another
15.
little one. Yes,
That's good.
4.
Keep it low. 13.
40. But the 200 is still
There's
up
the
there.
banker. Hello. All right. Here is the offer. Deal or no deal?
Keep going!
No deal. Now, open 2 cases. 3. That's a good one. 6.
6.
You're doing great.
We could have the 200 in our case.
That's the banker. Hello. I'll tell him. Here is the offer. Deal
112.
or no deal? No deal.
Alright,
Now,
200
let's
seconds.
open your case.
24.
You win! Wow, what a great game. Game over.
Alright. Now we are done with this game. So let's go ahead and exit out. Now I gotta get this ready because the Guam iPOS test is coming next. Now I think it's time we start messing around with stuff. Let's see if I've got any other ideas. Oh, that's the one I was thinking of. We're gonna try this one. Okay, that's that thing in reverse. Let's get this ready for the flash flood warning when that goes through. Alright, we're gonna start with the instrumental and we'll work our way from there. Let's start off with the instrumental. I really like this.
SPCPLC Media Player window.
Oh, this is great. Hearing the two together. And it's just the instrumental for the time being, thankfully, but we'll throw the vocals in here. We'll throw the vocals in there next and see what the result is. Oh, this is interesting. Hearing this and that chiptune together.
VLC Media Player window.
Alright. Now it's the vocals' turn. Now it's the vocals' turn. Oh yeah, that sounds fun in reverse. Alright, while we have a little bit of time, let's go take care of that Cassidy and Clay MN test for the third time today. Alright, back to waiting for Amplify. Alright. So now let's pull up.
I'm bugging out. VLC Media Player window.
We're gonna play this video in reverse. Remember this one? Time, normal, backward. Here we go. Oh, we didn't get much of that. Since we got nothing else, let's play this for volume. We're about to come to my favorite part, play backwards. Oh, jeez. Let's hear the whole thing in reverse. Here is deadlock in reverse. segment.
Here we go. VLC Media Player window.
Is that it? Yep, that's it. Alright, continuing on now. Let's turn That sounded really good in reverse. Doing some more testing on his end deck. Yeah, because Antonio actually just got a Sage digital blue box. He just got a Sage digital blue box. I believe he got it yesterday, if I remember. But he's been sending a lot of weeklies and practice demos, just to make sure that the thing is working correctly, for his needs.
So you want to be a princess? VLC Media Player window.
But anyway, I am going to get some popcorn in just a few minutes. But before I do that, of course, we're going to play Ticket to Ride a little later tonight. Yeah, we're going to play Ticket to Ride a little later on this evening. Well, of course, in about half an hour we will. And then I think that would be the last thing. Then I'll just get the Monday automated tests and, some of them up till 11 o'clock, and then just head off to bed. I'll probably just play around with some clips for about another half hour, while I wait for the compilation to render, because I want to get it rendered, and then I'll upload it after that. So that is the plan. That is the game plan. That's the game plan, to finish the compilation. Hopefully by 11:30 it should be all rendered and done. So then I can go to bed, because I gotta be up early tomorrow. So that way we can do episode 7 of Down Trove. Still thinking about whether we should go up close again, like we did last week. I'm thinking, yeah, that's what we should do. Go up close. But earlier today, I was talking about. No, I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about the plans for another PC that could be joining, another computer that could be joining our lineup very soon. Particularly the Dell Optiplex Micro 3060. I mean, I have not used an Optiplex small form factor PC in a long time, nor have I ever used a micro Optiplex in a long time. The last time I ever used one was when my high school, got them in 2016. But it's very likely that those PCs they had do not meet Windows 11's requirements. Probably because those processors are piece of shit Pentiums. Well, the Optiplexes the micros are more powerful, have Intel Core processors, while those laptops, those little netbook or Latitude Windows Chromebook devices, whatever, only has the Pentium processor, which is not that good. But at least I'm glad I pushed it to the limit with Minecraft. I'm just glad I pushed that processor to its limit. I'm playing Minecraft on it. That was so much fun. Oh boy. I wonder if I will ever get to do it again someday. Maybe if I ever find it on eBay, maybe I'll get my hands on it and maybe torture it with Windows 11. Well, I don't know. I don't know if I want to torture it with I don't know if I want to torture it with 11 or not. I probably do not want to torture it. But with the micro, let me reiterate those plans that I've discussed everything that I wanted to discuss. And going through, the process of deciding what I'm going to do with each of them. So now here's the game plan. Not only am I going to get the micro, but I'm also going to upgrade the Optiplex by adding some additional components to it. So, with the micro, I'm hoping to put 16 gigabytes of RAM into it. That'll only be possible if both micros have one 8 gigabyte stick of RAM. I'll take the RAM out of one of them and throw it in the other one. I'll take one RAM out of one of the micros and throw it in the other one. From there, I also plan to salvage the M2 SSD that is inside one of them, and that will be going into the Optiplex small form factor as the Windows boot device. Which would of course mean I would have to reinstall Windows again. But I'm going to do the same process that I did before. And this time, I will actually record it with the capture card, now that I did some research on it. So what I have to do is I have to plug the HDMI in cable into the HDMI port on the back of the computer, and then I have to plug the HDMI out port into a monitor. So that's how I can get it to work. So at least this time around, I get another chance to do it. Which is really good. So I'll give it a try with the micro, because this small form factor PC is a little too big. But regardless, both of the processes I'll be going through are very similar. In fact, they're identical. It's a very identical process. The same support assist recovery screen, same driver install prompts, same post-install checks, out of box, same everything. I'll just record the whole thing from the capture card instead of just having to point the camera at it. Which would be pretty nice. Now, the worst case scenario I was discussing was there could be 2 4GB RAM sticks inside of both of them, which is what we don't want. So, if that's the case, maybe I'll see if I can get maybe a RAM up. Maybe I'll see if I can purchase additional RAM for it. Particularly, I want to go with 16 gigabytes because that's more than enough. I mean, 16 gigabytes is cheaper, but actually it will boost the performance significantly. I mean, 32 gigabytes is also good, but 16 gigabytes is more than enough for the average consumer, in my opinion. So, let me reiterate it again. Upgrade the RAM to 16 gigabytes by taking one stick out of one micro and throw it into the other. From the other micro, I also plan to salvage the M.2 SSD, the wireless card. Yeah, the M.2 SSD and the wireless card I also plan to salvage from it. After that, I will get those installed into the Optiplex small form factor PC. Where from there, I'll reset the computer again by wiping the Windows installation off the SMASNUG SSD, which will then become the data drive. That will become the drive where I put all the data on it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, run through the restore. But before I, attach that SSD, before I reattach that SSD to the PC, I'm going to go through, installing that M.2 drive and the wireless card. When those are installed, as soon as those are installed and, confirmed working, I'll go through updating the drivers, then upgrading to Windows 11 again, then deleting Windows 10. When that's all finished, then I'll shut down the PC so I can open it up, reattach the data SSD, the SATA SSD with the data on it, or I could change it out with the 2 terabyte mechanical hard drive from my old Dell PC with 2 terabytes. That would slow down the speed, but that would boost the storage even more. Now the biggest part is that the Windows drive will be the M.2 SSD. That's where all the files will be stored for Windows. The Windows boot files, the Windows system file. Well, basically everything Windows will be stored on that drive. Everything that Windows needs to run. The SSD, the SATA SSD is or the mechanical hard drive is where all the data will be stored. In fact, my external hard drives are also mechanical because I could feel some vibration in them. So it does tell me that they are mechanical. So that's what I plan to do. So I'll kind of expand the storage. Now I was thinking about this because I looked at the Optiplex Micro's motherboard and I did not see any sort of slot for any sort of spot for a hard drive caddy for a SATA SSD. They could have done that, but I do not think that is the case. But we'll find out when I see those two on the table, hopefully tomorrow morning. And I'll get to work on that right away. But also, I gotta get to work updating the remaining PCs over there because we just had the July security patches. So I'll take care of that as well. So that's what I'm hoping for with this upgrade. I'll just take it home, plug it in, test it out, make sure everything is correctly working. And then I'll do some more testing Thursday night, and then Friday, after I take care of one more math lesson, I will then begin the process of resetting the PC and getting it ready for service. I'll only just throw the basic essentials onto there. I'm not going to need to throw anything else on it. The next time we visit the Lawn of Oaks, that PC is looking to replace the Inspiron 5520 as whenever. I'll send that laptop back over to the school to be recycled. But first, I will need to salvage the hard drive from it. I want to salvage the hard drive from that PC before doing so. I could have done it with the HP too, but I decided not to because it's a mechanical hard drive, and I do not want mechanical hard drives in any of my PCs unless I'm using them to store just standard old data. But we'll give that a try. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully it works well. That's what I'm hoping for. And then as for the micro, I was talking about potentials for how I'm going to handle running WPLD, and particularly in terms of a monitor. Since that has a VGA port, what I was thinking is maybe I could take the VGA cable from that HP monitor on the back of the HP desktop from 2003 and put it on attach it to the back of the Optiplex Micro, and then the monitor then I can just use that monitor with that desktop PC. It's gonna feel kind of strange seeing Windows 11 on a CRT monitor from the early 2000s. It's gonna feel sort of weird, but if that's the best thing we can do, then fine. That's good enough. So, but then I'll make sure that if that isn't going to work, then what I'll do instead is just put it in the living room and switch the HDMI output between the cable box and the computer. Of course, I'll have the mouse and keyboard plugged in as well. Now, when I transport that PC, I'm going to have to take each accessory separately. Yes, separately. The mouse and the keyboard I'll have to put into a separate case. But furthermore, I'll need to make sure that there is enough space to even transport everything. That's the bigger problem. So, that is the plan with the Optiplex Micro when we are ready to get that into, when that thing gets ready to go into service later this week. I am hoping that is the case. So, that's everything about the Micro. I've taken down all the new information in my notes. So that way, after we do our Downers Grove morning stream tomorrow morning, I'll just walk right in. I'll probably see those computers on the table. If those other micros are there, we might as well do the updates on those. I'm pretty sure since it's on a domain, I'm sure it's probably going to do the updates by themselves, but we'll see. But anyway, right now, we are going to take another, and possibly our last commercial break of the day. And when we come back, we will get started with this week's edition of Ticket to Ride. Stick around. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're almost ready to start Ticket to Ride for this week, but I noticed something. Was not right on my main, so I'm gonna have to connect back to it really quickly so I can take a look and see what's going on. Because I thought I put a station for Canada in there, but I didn't see it go through. 39690. Do I even have that in there? 36390. That is in there. Or is it? No, it's 39690. I didn't change it. Yeah, it's coming up as 39690, so I gotta fix it. Okay, there we go. That has been fixed now. Alright, that's been fixed. But let me get this ready to go for tonight. I'm only gonna go up to here. So let me get this set up for tonight before we start the game. And then the whole default configuration. And yes, because Walk FM did a monthly last week, we're back to it doing a weekly. So I'll get this flash flood warning from State College, and then we will start the game. Now, I had sort of a crazy thought, and it's related to the open shot. One thing I was thinking of trying was seeing if I could put the flood around video and green screen it to the Downers Grove Season 2 highlight reel. Well, you won't see it because you will see the game that we are about to do. Okay, that's in there. Let me go ahead and start the screen mirroring. Give it a moment to load. Has it found it yet? It has. It's just got to resize it correctly. And there we go. Now it's in the correct orientation. So now I'll pull that screen share on up. And there we go. All right. Let's get this thing started. Here are the routes for game 1. Let's play. And I can readjust the volume of the turn the volume down as far down as I'd like. No, this is other approved. It's in the main channel where all the stuff is. We gotta get to Miami. Alright, and then here's Downers Grove Season 2. Throw that into the timeline. And then I'll pull up the desktop thing and locate this video, but we need to do some more things with it. Take out the audio channel completely, because I do not want to hear any trace of it. Did it do anything? It did. Okay. So we'll take that out. And now we should have this video here. Okay, the view should not be affected in any way. It's mainly right where the express comes up. And then this is where the green screen will start. And then this is where the green screen begins. So, then I'll take this and apply the chroma key effect. And we will do so with the threshold of 22 on the train car. Ooh, that is lovely. Flutter thing on a train car. On a metro car. Let me turn the threshold down a little bit. Oh, I think that might have messed things up. Maybe I gotta go back to the beginning and fix it. Okay, that's more like it. It's plastering over everything. Okay, why don't we, okay, why don't we change it so we put it on the locomotive instead? Let's put it on the locomotive instead. So, key color, pick color, this blue one over there. There we go. So now, if I just move this over, why won't it let me move? That's kind of stupid. It doesn't let me. That's not where I wanted to put it. Oh well. But I can. No. Yeah, while OpenShot is good open source, it's sometimes it's a pain to even do, so it's kind of a pain in the butt, but would have been nice if I had the other one, but I stopped using it after I made the switch to 11. Just put it on the Metro logo instead. Just put it on the Metro logo instead. I don't care. How's it look now? Oh, yes, even better. Even better, because now it's on the Metro logo. And I can see very few traces of it. It's like going so fast it can't even catch it. Maybe if we turn the threshold up a bit. Okay, that's too much. I can see it on the downtown Downers Grove side. You know what? Let's put it on the BNSF locomotive. You know what? Fuck it. Put it on the pedestrian side. Oh god. It's pedestrian side now. You know what? Put it on the green light. The green traffic light. How did it not work? Oh god. It's on the pedestrian side now. You know what? Put it on the green light. The green traffic light. How did it not work? Let me try that again. Will that add up the scores? Let's turn the threshold up a bit. Oh, yeah! Now it's like now she's actually on the metro. The game is the only thing you people can see. I didn't pick all of them. Oh well. This is amazing. The Flutter Realm is on the traffic light. That is easily doable. And you know what? I got a better idea. No, I can just open a new window. I can just open up a new window. Oh, it just took the previous project I had and restored it. No thanks. But whatever else is there, we do need. So let's take that out. Because now we're going to try 294, the new version that is, over that. So we'll go to the reruns folder, find it. It's going to be called i294. My god, I made a bunch of videos of 294. I made a whole bunch of them. Here's one. Here's where this will begin. Actually, no. And now here's where it will start. Oh, wait. I forgot something else. The chroma key effect. Yep, that's the most important effect. Let's put it on the sign. Yay, on the traffic signs. It's on the traffic signs. Here's not only where the chroma key is going to be altered to the pavement. Just apply it to every shade of white. Fine. Actually, I have a better plan. How about instead of it going white, put it on the barrier wall, the noise walls. Why is it at 0? Oh, there we go. Okay, fine. Back to the pavement. Oh, good grief. Oh, good lord. Oh, no. No. It's on the sky. It's on the freaking sky. No. No. Alright. Take that effect out. We're going to try it again. Turn the threshold up. Put it on the pavement. Alright, go. This is great. The flutter thing is on the pavement now. And in mostly the sky. It's driving me nuts already. Oh, this is great. The flutter realm in the sky. Oh, dang it, I could have put it on that truck instead. Oh well. Oh, great. I sighted her over the toll booth. And I'm going to take the shorter version from... Wait a second, hold on. Remove transition, throw that in place. There we go. Now start it from the beginning. I love how this thing turned out. This is like one of the only free... This is like the only free section, because it's our usual section. And we get to 95th Street. We have to pay the price. The Flooded Realm joins us on the tollway. Can't see much of it, but it's on the traffic sign. I'm trying to find Una on those traffic signs. Hold up. I don't remember Melbourne issuing a severe thunderstorm warning for blizzard stuff. It was issued right at 9 o'clock. I love how that played out. Let's play that crazy video again of Rebecca down the driving up and down the ramp. It'll show me where it is. All right. Ready to start game number 4 now. What's that thing I saved? It's probably not hiding here. Maybe if I just look it up by keyword. And where could it be? I probably removed it after. That was so much fun. I could have done an upward version of that, but I never did. I don't think anyone related to Lucia. Nope, not a single station did Lucia. WPLS. Oh god. Oh gosh. That's how great it is. Alright. So, the next game we play will be the last one. Now I'm going to get the logger reset in a few minutes. Jacksonville and Flagler. Flagler, Florida. Alright, did I forget to turn the noise cancellation off? I swear I did. Huh. Let me try that again. Okay. That's as, I guess that's as good as it gets, so. Yeah, I guess that's as good as it's gonna get, folks. Alright, like I said, we are going to play one more game after this. And we have about 10 minutes left, so I think we should be able to get through it. But if we have to go into speed mode to complete the game, then we will. Then we will go into speed mode, and we will play the speed up game. All right. Well, I've actually got quite some interesting news to share, and well, it's actually a change regarding this week's programming. But before we do that, let's play our speed game. Let's go ahead and play our speed game here. Is this done? It is done. All right. All right, since it is done, I'm going to go ahead and reset the logger now. Oh no, they seem to be obsessed by the Kohl's commercial song. Yeah, the little song that was part of one of those Kohl's commercials. Yeah, and I have been further informed by my producer too that I need to be in more close contact when I end up going downtown in the afternoon. And also I need to send out the notice sooner, but there was a reason for that, because I wanted to allow myself more time to, see the trains in Downers Grove, because we were very lucky last week with, well, actually the past 2 weeks with two long length episodes. One that was over 25 minutes long, and the other one from the week prior was 40 minutes, which actually makes it the longest compilation on the in the show's history. Well, in the history of the show. So we're gonna get through this game as quickly as we can here. Oh, that's right. I need one more. Let's complete San Francisco and Atlanta first. I'm going to try to complete the larger routes first. Actually, we'll go ahead and slow it down because we're nearing the end. And we are going to skip the results of the game. Go ahead and X this out because we are nearly done. And I'll discard these open shot things. And this Audacity thing that I might mess around with again later, but I don't. Ooh, exception code. No, thank you. Grave accent. All right. Like I said, we're just gonna skip adding scores. There are the final results. All right, let's stop the mirroring now. Okay. And okay, it should remain like that when we do it again. Okay. And now, folks, here we go. This is it. We're down to the final minutes here today. Oh, I forgot to close that out too. And yes, I was playing around with Street View songs while we were offline too, and also while I was driving around in Minecraft and things like that. All right. Oh, bring it back. There we go. This will actually be the only time I need this, so. Okay. All right. Here we go now. Well, that turned out brilliantly. And of course, my logger did correctly receive it. And I'll keep that online until I hit the shutdown button tonight. All right. All right, let me go ahead now and make the additions, and then we'll wrap things up here. I'm gonna include the copy that came off of Rochester. All right. Now let's get Cleveland Odyssey ready. Let's see, X comes first, then DK, then QAL, and then no, not this one. WKRK. Okay, so we are just about ready to end this here. Not at the moment. Why does he want to start a call with me when we are literally about to go off the air? When we're literally about to go off the air. I'm just about to hit the end, but fine. Fine, we can stay on for another hour because I mean we're just about to sign off the stream, but that's all right. That's all right. I mean, I have to go to bed in an hour anyway, so. Yep, that's right. Yeah, it's all right because I was about to hit the off button anyway, so it's okay. All right. Well, all right. Well, yeah. Good thing. Good thing I told him that I have to go to bed in an hour, so at least I'm glad I did. Okay. Well, in that case, then let's get to the final pieces that we need to do here before we go. Yes, because I don't think you heard her say it, but I do have some news to talk about on Wednesday. So let's talk about this week here, what this week has in store before we go. So first, let's start with tomorrow. As you heard me talk with Yalek, yes, I go to work tomorrow, which means we are going to get episode 7 of Real Fanning Downers Grove. So, of course, it's always exciting when we do so. And it's always exciting when we get another episode of Downers Grove. Yeah, when we get another exciting episode of Downers Grove Real Fanning Extravaganza. Yeah, when we get another Downers Grove. Yeah, I was thinking this time around, why don't we go to the front of the line again, and maybe get a better view of the trains instead. So, but of course, when I'm down there, of course, I have to make sure that I stay on one particular side and I don't go to the other side because I need to allow enough time and enough room to, go from the station to the school. Now that's what I need to be careful of. And let's see what else. And I was talking about my plans with the Optiplex Micro. So hopefully everything I said about it today will be the case. So let's cross my fingers and hope that goes well. And then hopefully we'll be back here in time on Monday night for Minecraft. Tomorrow night. Now Tuesday, I was actually wrong about this last week, if you all may remember. So Tuesday I have my math class in the morning, but then that's actually when I'm going to get my haircut. So that would mean then we will be starting Roblox about half an hour to an hour and a half behind schedule. So here we go again, but this time it will actually be the case. So we will start Roblox about an hour to an hour and a half behind schedule. So keep that in mind. Half an hour to an hour and a half behind schedule. So we could be looking at starting anywhere between 4:30 and 5:30 p.m. So anywhere within that time frame, that's when we will start that show. But still, we'll try to get through as much as we can. Now, Wednesday, as I was told earlier by one of my producers, here's some changes that are going to be going on. Well, that are going to be taking effect with this. Now, everything about the morning has not changed. So we'll still do, we'll still do the morning stream and whatnot. We'll still do it in the morning like we normally do. So we'll still do the RWT stream in the morning with the logger and the information center on the side. We'll still do it like that. And of course, we will be getting episode 8 of Downers Grove this week. So we're going to get two fun-filled stream episodes of Downers Grove. And we'll see what happens that Wednesday. But what's happening afterward is what has changed. I have actually been informed that in a surprising turn of events, we're actually going to go mini golfing. Yes. Out of all the things that has happened after work, it has to be miniature golf. So great, we go from my technology to railfing and now to mini golfing afterwards. All this is going to be really good. I mean, I did not expect the change in plans, and a few of my relatives and cousins are going to be with me too. But then the question is, what's going to happen afterwards? Like, what kind of dinner are we going to have like after that? Well, we don't have the full details as of this moment, but what we do know is that it is going to be sometime after. So it is going to be sometime after. It's going to be sometime afterwards. So for Wednesday, the current estimate, let's see. So it's going to be much later that I get back here to change over to the evening stream, but still we'll be in time for our usual stuff, Deal or No Deal with Brandon, the one we normally do. Of course, Wheel of Fortune second edition, we'll still do that. Yeah, we'll still do that. So yeah, we'll still do that. And then Thursday, it's once again with math class, but after that, the rest of the schedule will stay the same. We'll do backyard baseball on Thursday, and we'll do. Why is this on an ad? It should not be on an ad. That station is pissing me off. Okay. Well, anyway. So let me go back on this. Okay. Now let's proceed. So, Thursday will be backyard baseball, and then Friday will be our weekly test show. Now that adapter is supposed to come by Tuesday, which will replace that other one. So we should have it in time for our Friday show, and hopefully this will not be as much of a pain anymore. So hopefully the preparation for our show will be quick and effortless. So that's what I'm hoping for with this new adapter. And furthermore, I can still run my weather radio stream away from home, even with that Optiplex Micro that I've been talking about. So anyway, Friday will be our fun night show, and then Saturday we'll see what happens, and then Sunday we'll see what happens, and then Monday of next week is when we're going to get one more episode of Downers Grove. We'll see what happens afterwards with Minecraft. Tuesday will be my math class once again. We should be able to do Roblox on time. Wednesday, I was looking forward to doing episode 10 of Downers Grove, but apparently my father does not want me there that Wednesday, and he does not want me doing the weeklies either, because he's gonna try to force me to the tutoring center again. This kind of nonsense again that we had several weeks ago. That's crazy. But we'll work on it. So we'll make sure that everything still goes out as intended. And then Thursday of that week is supposed to be the final exam for that class, and then Friday, I believe, will be our last broadcast before our trip. I believe Friday of next week then will be our final broadcast before our trip. And then, well, depending on whichever broadcast comes up, which one will be our last one before the trip. I'll talk about and remind you about the changes with the channel and its content. In fact, I have actually already scheduled a post that is going to take the place of the Street View poll for that respective week. That will take the place of next week's poll for the Street View stuff. Yeah, that will. Yeah, that'll take the place of next week's poll. So yeah, that'll take the place of next week's poll. But otherwise, yeah. And then I guess that week will be the vacation. And then we'll see what happens when we get back. We'll decide what happens next. So that is what is to come for this week. So I guess with that said, then I still have a little bit of time left before I need to get my precious sleep, because I want to keep this completion going until about 11 o'clock after that last test. And then after that, then I'll just play around with a few more audio clips before I head to bed. I mean, I'm kind of glad I told the alumni that we would be signing off early, so I have to get ready for work. So, yeah, good thing I told them that, the moment I saw he called me, so. But at the same time, too, I'm kind of having second thoughts of actually talking to him this time. But I'm not going to do that because I need to get my precious sleep so I can wake up and be energized for work, because I want to be on nearly fully awake by the time I pull into Downers Grove in the morning. All right. Oh my God, they have not fixed their end deck. They still have not fixed their end deck, and it sounds terrible. It literally sounds terrible. So yeah, then I'm assuming if the Lembine has to go to work early tomorrow, then I will not try to disturb. Then I will not. Then I won't disturb him. Because I know he kind of disturbed me like right before we were about to leave the air. So I mean, I am open for a call for another 45 minutes or so. So maybe we could get one in with the final 45 minutes that I have before I have to get this compilation rendered, and then I can mess around with all the audio clips and stuff like that. So I'll actually let him know that I'll probably be open for a call like right after we go off the air. So I'll probably let him know of that, and I'll think about it. Yeah, I'll think about it after we sign off. So with that said, that is going to wrap things up here tonight. So thank you all so much for joining us here today for all of our Sunday action. I know it wasn't too much, but I sure hope Drew enjoyed his time at the game today. I sure hope he enjoyed it as much as I did listening to it with all of you. I know you all missed the final part of the game because of what we usually do on Sundays, but hey, at least we've allowed ourselves more time to, finish this thing and whatnot. I mean, we would probably be at like 11 hours and 15 minutes anyway at this point if it hadn't been for that, but nevertheless. So anyway, with that, being said, yeah, that is gonna do it for us here. So thank you so much for tuning in and joining us here tonight, or today. I mean, for all of our. Excuse me, who just tested? Um. Okay, I'll go take care of that before I let the landline know I've changed my mind, and I'll tell them I'm open for a call for like half an hour. So I'll probably just let them know of the changes and whatnot. So I'll let them know. So with that said, oh yeah, that too. I see a flash foot warning. Just oh, for goodness sake. All right. So with that said, we are done for tonight. So thank you all so much for joining us here today, and we'll see you again bright and early tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. from hopefully from downtown Downers Grove for episode 7 of our Real Fanning Adventure. And then back here in the studio at 4 p.m. for our Minecraft show, where we're going to continue digging up those local roads. We'll actually finally finish those local roads, and then we can actually get started digging the freeway. So this is actually like the final. This is like the home stretch at this point. So um, so yeah, at this point, we are pretty much in the home stretch. So with that said, actually, I'm going to take care of that I'm going to take care of that one test on the list there. When this is done, right before we sign off. So I'm going to let this one test go through. Oh, WCYK is already on there. So cool, I can do it on there instead of. I can do it on there instead of on the. Instead of on John TV. Alright, if it's already going through my logger, then actually we can take care of it now since we have a little bit of time left. So let's go do that now before it goes through.
Wait a second.
Between 2 and 3.
You for a couple more.
Okay. That should be the last of it. Alright, I'll let him know. So I'll let him know that I'll be ready for 1, unless he might have already made up his mind. And I just remembered that WPSU went last night, so I might want to take them out. Let me confirm that, because I'll hit the enter button right after we go off the air. Yes, they did go this morning. Okay. All right, good. So I've taken WPSU out, and I'll get the other stuff set up for tonight. All right, and with that, we are done. So thank you again for joining us here today. I know I've said it like several times already, but we're actually going to go off the air for real this time. So we'll see you tomorrow for Downers Grove and for Minecraft back here in the studio. But until then, from all of us here at Plainfield TV and Highland Now, we bid you all good night.